Sophie, did you have a chance to review that, please?
Yes, I just noticed over the last couple minutes when you were opening the plans that you have the wrong set. The only thing that's missing is the detail, a note under the detail of where the doors and windows sit relative to the thickness of the walls. So
Okay, well,
here's my screen.
let's start with the color. That's A1. So that originally she had crystal white, and now she has, is it oatmeal?
So originally it was glacier white.
Yes, glacier white.
And the board commented to kind of bring it down a little bit. So we changed it to the La Habra oatmeal, which is, you can tell, not the best on certain screens, but you can see that it is a warmer color.
Okay, and then on page A17, you had a response to the details.
Yeah, so what's missing on that page, on the two lower Fleetwood details, I have put a note, and I'm happy to share a screen. It says manufacturer's details for the new doors and windows. The new doors and windows will be centered in the exterior walls to match the existing condition.
Okay, but there's no formal detail, just the manufacturer's cut sheets in essence?
There's a second page that has the typical threshold detail, the plaster detail, and the weep screen detail. So no, I don't have it. It will be centered in the 2x6 exterior walls.
You're kind of showing it here, I guess. But this more of a waterproofing, huh?
With the waterproofing thing, yeah.
Okay, so I personally do not believe that these plans have met all of the requirements of detailing as specified in our agenda, our application. Claire and Bill, do you have a comment about that, please?
I mean, I would prefer to see the detail, Sophie, as you described, either finish that detail here with your window and door, just so we have it. I know you're kind of alluding to it here, although it doesn't really, this is more for waterproofing. So I tend to agree with John. I think these are fine. I didn't see any roof eave or rake details either. Did you have that? I saw.
We are not doing any roof repairs. It's a re-roof permit of the material only. We're not changing anything.
But aren't you adding square footage or something too? You're adding and removing.
So we're taking square footage off of the kitchen had some addition that was done. That's going to get pulled back to the existing roof line. They had some kind of skylight roof situation over there. So that's just getting demolished. And the areas that we're adding square footage technically to are under roof already.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, Bill, please finish.
I was going to say these would work, but I can't read them.
Yeah, for some reason, these had to be, the planner in North County said that I had to meet a certain criteria of megabytes to be sent. And in doing so, this is the outcome of these pages, unfortunately.
Okay, Claire, do you have a comment about whether or not these drawings are complete or not?
I'm sorry, I really don't, John, because for the last, 8 years, I think doing consent with you, I've left that issue to you. I mean, I'm not the architect, and so it really is up to you, the architect. If you don't feel that these are not complete, then they're not complete. But it's not in by, I mean, I don't even look at the details when we review these things.
Okay, Bill, my tendency is to continue the item to have the applicant provide a full set of plans.
That would be fine. I mean, and I don't know, John, just a discussion. Do I have Tip or I, whoever, to review that midstream, if that can even happen, so she doesn't have to come back to the board? I don't know if that is even an option.
Let's ask Alex during our review of it, see what he says.
Yeah, just to try to, I don't doubt that they'll be fine, but just keep the standards sort of typical for everyone.
I think that that was a good idea. We have 4 items and we've already used a third of our time.
Okay,
So Sophie, if you'd like to stay online while we discuss this project at the full board, please do. Item C2, 2280 Bella Vista. Is the applicant online, please?
Yes, we're here. This is Jennifer Siemens, and I have Nick Salakian here and Kier Smith for the landscaping. We needed to show outdoor lighting. We had a landscaping change we needed to make and showing some details.
Okay, and can you show us quickly how where that showed up on the plans, please?
Nick, you want to do that?
Sure. So page 37, you have there, and 38, we added some of the details there. And then we also added a lighting page, a plan for the lighting at the hardscape at the patios, as well as the schedule.
And the lighting is on what page, please?
Sorry, the plan, it should be there on page 32.
is there a light fixture shown too? Yeah.
So the fixtures, there's a light schedule 602. This is calling out.
You had a fixture shown, didn't you?
On page A602, it's on the, there's a schedule there on the last sheet. Sorry.
Oh, here it is.
And those are all night sky compliant?
Yes, and they're all downlit.
Okay, so Sophie, and the landscaping, please?
Yes, hi, Vinky board members. This is Kier here with the landscape. I think the only comment that the board had, Sam and board member Sam and Claire, was the Ceanothus Yankee Point. They would have liked to see switched out for a different plant. And so on page 21, we have switched out that plant for a plant that may be better suited for the site.
And which plant is that, please?
It's showing as the gray circle B.
And what's the name of that plant, please?
Baccharis.
Yeah, Baccharis Pigeon Point, or Twin Peaks, I believe, actually.
And are you okay with that, Claire?
Absolutely. I was going to jump in and interrupt and say thank you for doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Claire.
And then, Bill, are you okay with the details and the light fixtures and stuff?
Yeah, light fixture's fine. Details are a little slim. I mean, you show them, which is great. I'm not quite sure exactly how some of these things are gonna work here. Just a quick couple questions here on these. You call out a wood metal batten. Is it wood or is it metal, or is it a combination of the two, or what is that? Is that something you see?
So once where there's a cantilever at the southern end of the roof, it transfers from wood from wood to metal.
Okay. And then what's the material on the roof? It says structural beams above. Is it
That arrow should go a little bit further. The roof is a metal standing seam roof.
Okay, and is that shown somewhere on the detail? I don't know if it shows on the detail. It's called out in your materials.
It's on like on the left there below. It sits above the last layer there. I think that
Is the actual material and its color called out on the
Yes.
plans? Where, please?
we also have the material palette that we sent previously, but it's also drawn in our roof plan as well. But we did send in the last meeting a material palette.
Is the call out on the plans? Or is
It should
just-
be.
No, not should be, is it, please?
I can confirm. I think it's in the elevations as well as the.
Here it does say metal standing.
There it is, metal standing roof.
And do we know what color that is, please?
It's black.
Okay, so Are you, with the exception of adding a note to clarify the material on the roof, Bill, are you okay with this project?
One last quick question, sorry. How are you attaching the wood, the plaster to the underside of this cantilevered metal standing seam roof? Is there a structure in there? Is that plywood and you're just plastering to the underside of it, or?
It's plywood and there's it's a rendered surface below the plywood.
You're just wrapping that all in stucco? Huh?
Yeah.
And what is the exterior color of the building, please? I didn't see that.
It's like an off-white cream. It is in our material palette that we submitted
Do we have that, Bill?
last meeting.
I don't have it in this set. Did you list it somewhere on the drawings too, or? It should be on the drawings as well, because the color board won't go along with it, with the plan set that gets submitted. Is it somewhere on one of your drawings?
It would have been in the details.
Okay, so we don't have it and we need to keep moving.
Okay.
So,
But we submitted the material palette, and so it's called out as for that specific part of the surface. For
Bill?
that we have it submitted.
Bill, are you okay with this plan besides the fact that the colors are not shown on the plan?
Yeah, I'm okay with the detail.
Claire, are you okay with it?
Yeah, yes. And I do remember, by the way, seeing the material palette or material board. I mean, I do remember that.
Can we condition this, John, that they put those colors listed on their exterior elevations or somewhere, and
Please
then have the planner verify it?
Please listen to my motion during that. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
The main meeting is supposed to start right now. We have 2 items to go.
Okay.
Item C3664 Oak Grove Drive. Is anybody here for that item, please?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes. Okay, so okay, can you pull up the plans?
Yeah.
Please.
And just a quick, by the way, this is Dylan Chappelle. Thomas from my office is also on the call, and then Stacy from Kiesel Design is the landscape architect on the call as well.
Okay. And what color is the white plaster, please?
We changed the white plaster to Dove Gray, it's essentially a muted off-white.
Thank you. And Bill, have you had a chance to review these drawings?
Yes.
And are you okay with these drawings?
Yes.
And Claire, have you had a chance to review the drawings?
I've reviewed half of the drawings. This is where I got stuck with the download, but so.
Okay.
That's what I was talking to Bill about earlier.
Okay, I also reviewed the drawings and I thought that they were acceptable with that change in color. So we can recommend approval as submitted on this project?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Item number C4351 Woodley Road. Is anybody here for that project, please?
I'm
Yeah,
Amy
John, you've got-
Blakemore. I'm here.
Hi, Amy.
And Greg Griffin, the architect, is also on.
Okay, well, at the meeting, we said the only issue that was remaining was how the landscaping between the road and the fence was going to get resolved, if I remember. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Amy, Claire, did you have a chance to review this?
Yes, I did.
And your comments, please?
I just want to thank Amy for going back and doing the work she did, and it's incredibly difficult to read landscape plans, by the way, in this format. But from what I could actually see, she did comply with our, and add rocks and casually buff out that front.
Yeah, Bill, I think it's the bottom drawing there. Yes, I had a chance to review it. I agree with that comment. Bill, have you had a chance to review it?
Yes, and I agree as well.
Okay, so we will also recommend approval as submitted on this one.
Okay.
And that ends the consent calendar for today. Who's ever going to chair the meeting, please take over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tip's on.
Thanks, John.
Hello.
Hello, Claire.
Oh, Tip.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Tip.
Hi.
Hi,
Are
John.
we, Sharon, are we ready?
We're ready.
Oh, wow, right on schedule. And do we have quorum?
Think so.
I'm here.
3, 4,
Well, there's 4 of us here, so.
Sharp is here.
Sam,
Sam's here. so
Sam's
that's
here.
5.
Maphis is here.
everybody's here. Full house.
Okay, so I would like to call the October 29 meeting of Montecito Board of Architecture Review to order. First item on the agenda is public comment for items that are not on the agenda. Sharon, do we have anyone in the audience who'd like to address the board?
We do not, Tip, thank you.
Seeing none, I'm to close public comment and move on to agenda status report. Sharon?
Thank you, Tip. There's no changes to the agenda.
Okay. And then we are going to review the minutes of October 15, 2020 meeting. So, Mr. Watson, do you have any comments?
I have one comment. Item number 5. Comment number 2. Exterior lighting to be dark sky compliant. I think, and then scratch the words with retrofit. I don't know what that means. And besides that, I thought that they were very well done.
Thank you. Anyone else has any other comments?
No comments.
No No. comment.
Okay.
Mr.
Can I have a
Chairman,
motion for approval?
I will move for approval of the October 15th, 2020 Montecito Board of Architectural Review minutes as amended.
Sharp seconds.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carry.
Oh,
Thank
Dave,
you.
abstaining, right?
Yeah, I'm saying you're right.
Thank you.
Actually, I'm going to abstain because I was not part of that meeting.
Rushmore, okay. Right on.
All right, so now we're moving on to.
Wait,
the-
just to clarify, on the agenda, on the minutes, it says you were present.
For the
I
first
was
3 items, right? Tip.
only until item number 2, then I lost connection.
All right.
Okay, so we're moving on to the consent agenda, and we have 4 items today. John?
Thank you very much. Alex, on item C1, Bill and I felt that the applicant did not provide a full set of detailed drawings for the windows and doors. And Bill suggested that perhaps either the chair or vice chair could review those outside of the meeting so as not to require the applicant to come back to the consent calendar. Is that an acceptable procedure?
I feel a little uneasy about that activity occurring outside of a public hearing.
Is it something that the planner could consult with Bill or Tip?
It's just door and window details, you said?
Yes, it's actually, yes.
Just the details, just one detail.
Well, it's several details, but
Oh,
they're all
several
related.
details that are missing from the
But they're
final.
all related.
Yeah.
I think if you're going to approve it today, you should approve it based on what you have to review. So I think if you're satisfied with what you've seen to be able to approve it, then you can approve it. You can include the comment that the applicant to follow up with the details for the door and windows, but I don't know about like a sort of a contingent approval. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, so do we, up for discussion, John, do we want to approve it and then make the condition that the planner review to make sure the window and door details?
Are included in the final set. I mean, Sophie said she turned them in.
No, she
Oh.
didn't.
Oh,
No,
I thought she did.
they're
No.
just the cut sheets, but they don't show, they're not actually set in the wall. She talked
Oh, God, I'm
about
sorry.
dimension, but
So Alex, we cannot make a condition that or a recommendation that the planner consult with Bill Wolf about this, the vice chairman.
I think you can do that, but I think you need to have some basically be okay with approving it as is in the event that that doesn't end up happening.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make the following motion for C1 2158 Burnham Wood Drive. We'd like to move for final approval as submitted with the planner to review the window and door details on sheet A17 with either the chairman or the vice chairman of this board.
I believe that we probably need to open the public comment. for
Yeah, this
item.
is for preliminary.
Excuse me, my mistake.
So I would like to open for public comments for item C1 2158 Burnham Wood Drive. Do we have anyone, Sharon, in the audience? Okay, so I'm going to close public comment and back to your motion, John.
Is my motion still viable there, Alex? Are we good with that?
Yep.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that. Bill seconds it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
carry.
Okay, item C2.
How many, sorry, how many do we have, or is everyone here today?
Full
Yeah.
house.
Yes.
We have full board.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Got it.
Did Halloween come a couple of days early?
Yes.
Item C2, 2280 Bella Vista. I would like to move for final approval with the applicant to include all of the colors and materials as shown on their material board onto the actual set of drawings.
Second.
Second by Claire. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried unanimously.
Just to reiterate, so to add the color material board onto the plans?
Well, or the description of it. For instance, there's a black standing seam roof. That's shown on the color board, but it's never described on the plans. We'd like that description on the plans. And the stucco and everything else, the doors and windows.
Yeah, all the materials.
Just take that information and put it on the plans.
Okay, so move on to item C3.
Was that approved?
Yes, approved.
Yes.
Item, Alex, both C3 and C4 are approved as submitted. Do you want to do it in one motion or two, please?
One is fine.
So I'd like to move for approval of item C3, 664 Oak Grove Drive, and item C4, 351 Woodley Road as submitted.
I'll second that.
Second by Claire. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 5, MBAR members informational briefings. Anything to report from anyone?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Just that I will be stepping down for item 5 today. This is Maphis.
Thank you, Sam.
Is this our opportunity to discuss some of the procedural things that we receive when we're reviewing these plans?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know if Sharon or Alex needs to chime in terms of what we do on this end before we finalize them, I guess. I think, Sharon, maybe you need to chime in a little bit about times and dates and what's the last drop dead date for submittals to us in terms of reviews. Should we discuss that a little bit? Because when we receive the plan, sometimes we get additional information later, and maybe that's not acceptable, or is?
Bill, this is Sharon. So let me tell you what I do, and I stick to this very strictly.
Okay.
On Monday, like 2 weeks out, I send an email send the MBAR agenda out. And I say, anybody who has a project on this agenda, please review the project description and the level of review. Get this back to me by the Thursday before the MBAR meeting at 12 noon with any updates or changes. At this time, I also need to have all material for this project. I will not accept anything afterwards unless it is just a disaster. Something's happening. I don't know, but I'm pretty, other people will tell you I'm pretty strict.
Yeah.
I enjoy it, but I also don't enjoy sending out late material, especially to you, to have to figure out what's going on.
Sure. Yeah. So a week before.
As best as I can. Yes, it's exactly a week before the meeting.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I don't know if this message is getting to the applicants, though, in all fairness.
Sure.
So I think we need to review, Alex, maybe we can look at that language on the agenda stating very clearly that this is the cutoff.
And in our reviews, because now we get a chance to review them before the meeting, if we see something lacking in terms of what they're asking for, and usually we're not reviewing it, at least me, I'm reviewing it the week of the MBAR. Do we bother to make any note that, well, you know,
I think that's kind of counterproductive of what my deadline is. To me, I appreciate you guys, but then in thinking about it, I'm like, well, why is my deadline in place?
Right.
But I do appreciate you guys going, hey, because I know, Bill, you've saved a couple projects, and John as well.
Yeah.
But we're not here to, can't.
Well, we're trying to move people along.
Yeah, I would echo that, which is that plans need to be submitted a week ahead of time, and we can't really accept late submittals.
Yeah. Okay.
And if it means the project needs to be continued, it needs to be continued.
Okay. All right.
All right. Thank you.
And maybe for the planners, not to point fingers at them either, because they got a lot on their plate, but if they review it and they see that everything for final is missing, isn't there, then they might chime back to the applicant and say, hey, you forgot your colors and you forgot your details or your lighting fixtures or whatever it is. So heads up to them too. So
yeah, I mean, so they can do some of that, but remember that planners aren't architects, so they're not going to know exactly what the necessary detail sheets would be for it to get final.
Sure. Okay. All right. Well, that was all I had.
We had this conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Bill.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
All right, so I'm to close members' information. Move on to staff update. Alex.
I don't have any update that I can think of.
Thank you, Alex.
Yep, I'd like to say something. I'd like to
Please.
introduce Leah Graham.
Hello, Leah.
Leah is my coworker, and Leah does the 3 other bars. She does C bar, she does S bar, and N bar, which is the North County. And as I've told you, I'm going to be out for a little bit, having foot surgery. So Leah has graciously agreed to be the N bar secretary. So I just wanted to introduce you to her, and Leah is very nice and sweet, and she's a good worker. And so, you know, if there's anything that, you know, you'd like to pass along to Leah, you can just, you'll be working with her.
All right, we'll definitely helping Leah along. So when will you be out, Sharon?
Tomorrow's my last day. Oh, here's Leah. Wait, hi.
Hi, Leah.
Okay,
Hi,
so when the agendas go out, will Leah's name be on it, just as yours name is on it now?
I think I put her name on a couple of the notices, but if anybody emails me,
I'm thinking more about email address in case we have a comment back, like we sometimes comment.
sure, I can do that.
Yeah, just so we have an ability to communicate, please.
Well, if anybody calls me or emails me as well, they will get forward, you know, that information as well. But yes, I will do my best to change that information.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And how long you be, Sharon?
Last year I was out for 3 weeks, so I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe 2 meetings.
Good.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, so now we are on to standard agenda. Item number 1, 1101 Alston Road,
Fingers crossed for speedy
the
recovery.
applicant online.
Don't rush it.
Yes, with DMA. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Your name for the record, please.
Yes, Michael Stroh with DMHA.
And which is
And I'm also
item for the second section of 826 with an existing single family dwelling, 13 square feet, and new attached garage of 570 square feet. So can you, first of all, can you tell us where's the site, the vicinity map?
Yeah, so the site is, as you go up Hot Springs Road and you turn on Alston from Hot Springs, it's just up and to the left a little bit. Our vicinity map's on sheet 1 here on the cover sheet, G001. If you go to the lower left-hand corner.
Oh, there it is. Sorry, I didn't see it.
Yeah. So, yeah, so if you zoom in there.
Which is really hard to see.
So you can see, you go up Hot Springs, you make the left on Alston there, and it's about 5 houses. It's a really irregularly shaped lot, but the lower portion of the lot is not developed with other than landscaping. And so what we have is that we have an existing residence. So if you could go to sheet number 3, which is the photos. We have an existing residence that sits about 5 to 6 feet below the street level even, and it's a single-story residence. It's been remodeled a couple of times. And so what you see at the bottom, on the bottom photo, is actually there's a big motor court behind the wall and the gate that's on Alston. And so you actually have a pretty good, about a 50-foot buffer even before the house, and then the house sits below that wall, and there's an existing trellis structure, like a carport structure there. So the residence is again, it's single story existing. It's pretty low slung, and it's right now it's just got a shingle roof on it. You can see on the site plan here where we're building on top, just on top of the existing residence there, and then there you can see there's an existing carport there that'll be demolished for the new garage. The house is a sort of a fork shape, if you will, with a couple of patios on the south side. So we're building a new attached garage off of the existing motor court that'll be attached to the house. And then we're building a new second story all the way furthest to the south over the existing kitchen and living room in the house. The existing house is about 2,500 square feet, 2,200 square feet. And the new addition is just over 800 square feet. So we have to take a lot of the roof off, and we're cutting back some of the eaves on the existing roof as well. Obviously, we have to demolish a portion of the inside of the residence to build a new stair, and we're demolishing that existing carport that sits outside. So if you go to the next sheet. So on the right-hand side is the first floor plan. You can see there's a set of stairs at the top of the plan. Those are existing, and there's a big wall that goes across the site. And so we're essentially breaching that wall to build the new garage, and again, tuck that in. So we're even pushing it away from the front yard setback, and so that we have enough room to do turnarounds and things like that. But you can see that the garage is still going to end up about 5 feet higher than the house. So we have to build a secondary stair that's going to come down the side of the house on the left-hand side. And then that'll come to the existing patio that sits on the southern side of the house. The interior stair is actually taking the place of an existing bedroom, which will be captured essentially upstairs in the new wing. The owner's wishing to essentially build out sort of a, for lack of a better term, loft office, if you will. So basically, this will serve, the upper floor will serve as a full bedroom with a full bath and closet, and then the loft space will serve as an office for her and a gym, and basically be able to take advantage of the site's ocean views to the south. It's a pretty narrow site, and it's heavily landscaped on either side. Actually, much taller. There are much taller existing trees than we're going, and it's fairly dense. So you can't see much from this site or from around this site. So what we're doing is we're essentially, so we're going to take there's existing stone on the house on the facade as you come down towards the front door. And so we're going to just sort of mimic that with our new mast that sits on top, just sort of try and create a little kind of courtyard entry as you come into this. And we're going to redo the existing roofs with clay tile instead of the shingles. And then as you come down on the other side, essentially we've masked it with a stone chimney and a covered stone. We're going to cover the existing patio, has a trellis on it now, but it's fully covered. Then beyond that, it'll just be a simple stucco finish. And go to the next sheet, please. Let's see here. The side, so this is the side of the house. You can see how low the house is in relation to the motor court, the existing residence. And so this particular site is not hillside ridgeline. It has a 35-foot height limit. We are almost 7 feet below that. And that's not even accounting for the extra 3 feet that you would get for a pitched roof. We've nestled this thing well into the site and into the existing landscaping to really take advantage of, again, the ocean views that exist, but not create, a very large mass, against the sky anywhere. the existing landscaping pretty much prevents that, which is really nice. This is the other side where you can see the new garage. You would come down the side of the house, and then right now where you see it's very dark, this is actually our new covered patio, which right now just has a trellis over it, and the new addition would extend out over that. So we're not pushing the house any further south. This is the last elevation. You can see the existing carport that's been demolished, and this is what the garages would look like in that motor court. Again, the massing all steps down, and because of the geography of the site, the topography of the site, everything kind of fits at a scale that kind of works together, so you don't get in any of these huge masses or big blocks. So beyond that, it's, like I said, it's pretty straightforward. I want to go back to the photos again. Again, existing house is stucco and trim on one side, and then it's got stone and a greenish trim on the other side. We're probably going to land with just the stone and the white stucco, but all the trim will probably go to the blue or green to kind of tie those things together. There is no landscaping proposed as part of this project. There is no grading proposed as part of this project. Again, our intention is to kind of surgically insert this thing without too much disruption to the site or to the existing residents.
Thank you.
And with that, I turn it back over to the board.
Thank you, Michael. So back to the board for questions. Let's start with Claire.
No, I didn't have any questions.
Thank you, Claire. Don?
I don't have any questions.
Bill?
No questions.
Sam?
Yeah, thank you, Tip. Can you rotate that plan from Alston Road? What does the public see? Do you see planting in front of that forward retaining wall? Because it looks like the courtyard wall is tucked behind another boundary wall. Is that correct? So you really don't see this, is my question, from Alston Road, except for an opening. Is that correct?
Correct. There's a 6-foot-high white stucco wall along Alston, and it's got a couple of olive trees and a couple of Italian cypress, and then some low ground cover. And the speed limit along there, I mean, most of the people are driving about 40 miles an hour. You don't really see much.
Oh, that's helpful. So that's all going to stay the same, right, Michael?
Yeah, that's not being touched at all. And then you have a solid gate.
Good. That clarifies my image of the site. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Sam. John?
Yes, Michael, what is the function of the small staircase on the west side of the property?
It's basically just an easy way to get out of the garage and down the side of the house to the lower level patio. It's not fully enclosed.
Had you considered not building that, but only using the existing main staircase?
We can certainly look at it. I'd have to approach the client. That was a specific request.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Dave?
Yes. How visible is the second story portion on the west side that's right adjacent to the setback to the neighbors?
If you go back to the photo sheet, and if you look at actually that photo right there, either one of the two photos on the left-hand side, you can see that this is pretty heavily landscaped all the way through. It's going to be much taller, and the existing landscaping is much taller than the house. It's going to be pretty tough to see. You may get some peekaboo shots, but it's not going to sit directly on top. And actually, as you can see in the aerial, the neighboring house is actually rotated in that wing with respect to this house. So you don't have anything sort of directly, sort of directly adjacent to each other.
Okay, and did you, during the design process, consider setting back that second story off that setback?
It was primarily basically, we wanted to, the owner wanted to fully enclose the existing patio. It's not fully enclosed, but I mean, to the extent where it's fully covered. And since, in my mind, it actually, she was able to gain the square footage by doing so, but also, I mean, quite honestly, if that was a second story deck, as it were, that would actually bring the neighbor, I would say, less privacy than what amounts to 2 windows in a bedroom.
Okay, thanks. Those are my questions.
Thank you. So we shall open public comment for item number 1101 Austin Road. Sharon, do we have anything?
We do
Anyone
not.
in the? No?
We don't. No, thank you, Tip. We don't.
Okay, I'm to close public comments and back to the board. And this item is here for conceptual review. So obviously, one of the first question would be, do we need to do story polls for the second story portion? So let's with Dave. Dave?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. I
Yeah,
heard about
we
the story,
like to
but you're asking me? Yeah, I think my, in general, I'm okay with the design style, and it seems to be nestled in. There's a lot of screening and landscaping, both from the neighbors and from the road with that wall. So my main concern is what I had asked about, which is the proximity of that second story to the neighbor and the starkness of that relatively flat elevation. So for me to be able to support this project, I would definitely need to have story poles of that second story and visit the site to see the potential impacts. And I would also ask the applicant to consider the possibility of setting that second story back a little bit more instead of just having that vertical base. And those are my comments.
Thank you. John?
I have nothing to add, but I do support Dave's comments.
Don?
Thank you. I would agree on the story pole issue. Also, I would like to see the stone wrap around further on the second story addition rather than just 6 inches and integrated a little better into that east elevation. Also, if that is a new chimney, and I assume that it is, I think that it should have a little more character than just this stone shaft, 2.5 stories high. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Don. Claire?
I would agree with all those comments. And I'll wait to make any comments after we see the story poles.
All right. And Sam?
I too agree with the narrowness of this site and the fact that the west side is up against the property line for 2 stories. How is the screening going to really work? So the story poles are a definite support that the neighbor issues are taken care of. And then I'm curious about the landscaping. If the landscaping that exists is all planted and growing on your side, or is it borrowed landscape? So if there's any way to document that in the next pass at the description of the site work, let's make sure that there's planting on the property side versus all of it being used and borrowed from the side for the privacy of that mostly western, but I guess both sides. The western side looks like it's close to the footprint of the neighbor's house. So that could have the most impact. So it'd be nice to know where that existing screening, originates. Other than that, I think the style and the way it's set back and respects the motor court, and the fact that it's really not seen other than from the direct neighbors is good design at this conceptual point. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam
Yep.
and Bill.
Tip, this is Don.
Hi, Don.
One more suggestion, not a requirement, but a suggestion. With all this going on, I think wrapping the 2 gate posts out in front, not the walls, but just the gate posts with the same stone would probably give a little relief to that stark wall. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Don, for additional
And
comments.
Tip,
Yes,
can I say something?
please.
Michael, the board has been concerned about stark white buildings. And we don't have a standard, but if you could look for a color that has a light reflective value, LRV of 0.84 or 84 or less, we seem to be comfortable with that, but nothing brighter than that. So just as a heads up.
Okay.
Bill?
Yes, I agree with the board's comments. And I think the story poles will be very helpful to see out there. One other comment is it looks like you're, doing a very decent job of kind of bringing this into more of a Spanish motif. And the only thing I think that may be lacking a little bit is the glass railing I see up there. I'm not saying that I'm opposed to the glass railing. I'm saying that maybe the styling of how you support that, and maybe it's more of a simple iron that supports the glass somehow. But anyway, it just seems to fall short a little bit to me in terms of the glass back there. So that's the only other additional comment I have on it. Other than that,
Thank
I think
you,
you're
Bill.
heading in the right direction.
Thank you, Bill. That's a very good comment, and I agree with all the comments. And so we'd like to see the story poles, and we can reschedule back for the conceptual review.
Do we need to give them direction on the story poles, which we want to see?
Well, yes, if you can go to the roof plan, Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had that question actually, guys. So if you don't mind. So the story poles over the existing deck, where we're building over the existing deck, shouldn't be a problem. Where we are building over the existing house, which is slightly taller, but much further away from the property line, are going to be significantly more difficult to place. If the concern, I guess my question would be, is if the concern is really that western side where we're building over the existing deck, can we just put up the poles in that location only, so as to not interfere with, again, what amounts to an existing solid roof that we don't want to really impact?
So it seemed like maybe this corner and that corner and that ridge would be important. Do we want to see this ridge too? So these
I
two
think we should see the other side too, Bill, by the chimney, that line.
over here. Okay, so these 2 plates here.
Yeah.
And that ridge, these 2 ridges.
Yeah. That should give it a good visual for the
Okay.
addition.
Does that make
Now
sense?
do the best you can, Michael, without killing the existing house.
Thanks, guys. We'll see what we can do.
Yeah, well,
right.
you know what we're looking for. We're looking to be able to see the mass of this new structure, this new second story structure, So it, for me, it's like if you have to put the story poles out at the edge of the existing, because you can't put that corner where it is, then just do that, and then we'll figure it out when we get there.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
thank you, Michael.
No
So
problem.
let's move on to item number 2,
Guys.
and that's 995 Hot Springs Road, Is the applicant online?
Yeah, I'm here, Siglinde Poquet, Shubin and Donaldson Architects. I show up as Jessica Hall, but something happened to my link, so she forwarded me his. I hope that's okay.
Okay, and this is a brand new item. It's a conceptual review of validation of treehouse play structure approximately 100 square feet and 2 additional trellises.
Right. So this is a residence on top of Hot Springs Road 995 that has been reviewed last year and approved. It's now under construction, and the client would like to add 2 shade trellises to the project. One of these trellises would be located on top of the master deck on the 2nd floor. That's this one here to the left. And then we're proposing another one in front of the guest house here to the left. And it's an existing guest house, and both the main residence and the guest house used to be Spanish style architecture. We're changing it all. It's a Rhine zinc standing seam metal roof and metal facade with black aluminum windows. And we already have 2 trellises as part of the originally approved scope. It's the one to the west right here, and then to the right at the entry right there. Thanks. So the architectural language would be exactly the same. It's a steel C-channel with wood members acting as louvers for sun protection. And as a second part of the application, I built a treehouse with their daughter, or I planned a treehouse with their daughter as a school project. And I guess I was aware of that project with less than 100 square feet doesn't need a permit, but what we weren't aware of is that there is a 12-foot height limit. So we are exceeding this height limit, and so we want to get this permitted as well.
Where is the treehouse?
The treehouse is up above the guest house. There's no other structures left and right. It's way up there. Yeah. Can you?
Okay, so I guess we're moving on. Are you done with your presentation?
Sorry, say that
Are
again.
you done with your presentation?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're moving on to questions. So I want to continue my question. So the treehouse, you know when it was built?
The treehouse was built within the last half year.
Oh, just recently?
Yeah.
Thank you. So questions, John?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Dave?
No questions, Tip, thanks.
Claire?
So is this, this project is on Upper Hot Springs, like past
Yes.
East Mountain Drive?
Yes, it is. Mhm.
Right. Now, and the tree house then is behind the house and further up the slope. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the overall height of the, I mean, I know in your presentation you said that it was higher than the height limit, but
yeah.
what is that height?
It's on the downhill side, it's almost 17 feet, 16 something. You have it there, Bill?
Oh, yes, I see it now. I see it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then on the uphill side, it's pretty close to the ground.
Well, it's unfortunate that it got built without a permit, because what my recommendation would be to just lower it down a foot to get it outside of the, the ordinance, but whatever, it's already there. So.
Right.
Okay, those are all my questions.
Thank you, Claire. Dave, Don?
No questions. Thank you.
Bill,
What is what are the finishes of the treehouse? Did you describe that? Is that a wood siding or metal? Is that to match the house?
No, it's wood siding, and it's painted in a dark brown, so it just goes away and doesn't draw much attention.
And how visible is it? Is that it there? That's not it, is it? Is it visible from the neighbors, I guess, in the surrounding area very much?
Well, people across the canyon might be able to see it. How this whole thing unfolded was a neighbor flying a drone over the property and turning us into the planning department for it.
And are you going to screen it landscape, understory, anything around it? Or is there anything around it plant-wise?
There's plenty of trees around it. It really doesn't stick out, and the property was partially damaged, the landscape, by the Thomas fire, and it's kind of slowly all coming back, growing back in. But yeah, as you would like hike up Hot Springs or wherever, you wouldn't be able to see it.
Okay, that was all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Sam?
Yeah, thank you, Tip. So to follow up on Bill's question, is it truly a tree house? Is it built underneath a tree or concealed by a tree, or is it just a freestanding
No,
kind of lifted building?
It's built around a tree. Yeah, the trunk is shown on the plans.
Okay, there it is. So the tree essentially hides it for the most part, the tree that is built around.
It's a pretty big eucalyptus tree.
And the colors are very dark, as you say. It's very discreet. All right, that's the only questions I have.
Okay, so we're going to open public comment for item number 2, 9955 Hot Springs Road. Sharon, do we have anyone in the audience?
Oh, we do not. Thank you, Tim.
All right, so back to the board, and this item here is for conceptual review. Let's start with John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's amazing how a school project can evolve.
Yeah.
What I would suggest, basically, I don't have any problem with the mass bulk and scale, but I have a sneaking suspicion that the high fire zone requirements will be applied to this. And I'm not so sure that's reflected on the drawings that I see. And so I think that what we need to do is to find out whether or not you not only were unaware of the requirements from the zoning code, but also of the building code. So besides that, and I would like to ask you to review that carefully before you come back. Besides that, you know, what can I say?
Comment on that? I mean, the treehouse is a unconditioned play structure, and I would argue that it doesn't need to comply with the high fire requirement.
Well,
my experience has been that my professional opinion as an architect does not hold as much weight as the building department. So I would recommend that you at least check with them to see whether or not they concur with that. But besides that, I have no particular problems with the project. The reason I bring it up is, if I am correct, I think that there will be some fairly important changes to what we see on these drawings. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Dave?
Yes, I'm going to basically concur with John. I think the proposed trellises are very consistent with the existing architecture and what you're already doing. And they're located in places that wouldn't create further impact to the community or the neighbors. So I think those are fine. And the play structure, I think, given that it's only a foot higher than the requirement, I don't think that extra foot's creating a significant impact. And as long as the structure is nestled within an existing tree and is a dark color, I would ask that you provide photos to demonstrate that to us.
I can show you some photos if you like.
That would be helpful. Do you have them?
Yeah, I have them right here. Mhm.
You'll have to send them to me.
Oh, I have to send them to you? Hold
Yeah,
on.
if you want me to.
That's, Mr. Chairman, I think that that's sort of a late submission. I think we should take a look at
Yeah,
that.
I think if that's the case, just be sure to bring them next time because I would like to see, you said it's a dark color.
Mhm.
It's integrated in with the landscape. I would like to see that, what the
Okay.
existing condition is.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Don?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm mostly concerned about fire department concerns such as access. I don't know where they draw the line, but I think the project is in a tree and not adverse to anybody's view shed. Thank you.
Thanks. Claire?
Yeah, no, I don't have any problem with the project as a whole. I will sort of tag on to Mr. Watson's concerns that this is in a high fire area. And just from personal experiences, I have built a 10 by 10 or 10 by 12 shed that is outside of the land use code because I'm allowed to do that. And I did have to use materials that were compliant with the fire department. And so I had to put a whole covering over that was different from what I built it out of wood, and then I had to plaster it so that it was in compliance with what the fire department wanted in a high fire area. So that I think that's going to be really important for you, from my point of view, that because as this is designed, you've got all these wooden railings. The fire department's not going to approve that, I don't think. That you'll have to take your plans and go talk to the fire chief and find out if this is going to work for the fire department. They have to approve this, so that's.
Okay, thank you, Claire. Sam?
Yeah, I have no additional comments. I agree with all the comments that have been made.
Thank you, and Bill.
Yeah, I agree with, I think the trellises are fine. They look great and appropriate for the house. I'm fine with the tree house. I'm realizing now that there is actually a tree in it. That's great. I think it'll help screen it away. I mean, I'd love to see a little more planting, although fire department wouldn't want it, but something in the understory there a little bit. But again, I think your roadblock or your hurdles will be through building department review, and maybe it's called storage instead of tree house. I don't know. But anyway, I'm generally in support of it. If you can send us some or give us some pictures of it, I'd love to see that.
All right, so it seems like this is an item that we can have the applicant come back on the consent for preliminary and final approval. If we all agree to that.
Yes.
Yes.
And,
Yes.
okay, so please check with the building official and retell me all the drawings, and we can grant you. We can put you on the back on the consent agenda for both preliminary and final.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving on to item number 3, 780 Rock Ridge Road. Is the applicant online?
Yes, we're here.
And your name for the record, please.
Brian Banks, agent for the owners.
Okay, so this item,
Sorry, Tip, we have Danny Longwell here too as architect.
Good afternoon, Danny's here.
thank you. And this is the conceptual review for the new pool pavilion of 400 square feet. So if you can show us the vicinity map and then go on to the project.
Okay, while Bill's doing that, I'll give you the background here. This project your board reviewed 2018, 2019, about a year ago, I think was the last time you saw it for final. The project is under construction. Most recently, the pool's been excavated, and the neighbor to the east had expressed some concerns about the view and privacy impacts of the pool, specifically the view from our property into his property and vice versa. So the owners have decided to propose this small little pool pavilion. It's not really a cabana. There's no bathroom or plumbing or anything like it. It's basically going to be used for screening purposes and for noise attenuation. The previous project had the little barbecue counter to the north of the pool pavilion, previously approved in that location, and we're just adding a little screening wall behind it. We did meet with the neighbor a few weeks back, walked the property, his property, and agreed upon the location, size, and some landscaping species. We don't have a full landscaping plan yet, but the neighbor has reviewed it and is in support. And with that, I'll turn it over to Danny.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. I think you did a good job of summing it up. And I think that just architecturally, the style is to blend in with the project that's under construction of the main house, which is a kind of a simplified version of that, a board and batten, small gabled roof structure. And you can see that. I think they came in black and white, but on the title sheet, there's some renderings. The first page that you might be able to zoom in on. Thank you. So it's shuttered. So these are it's an open air structure that can be closed off enough to, protect furniture and keep rodents out. But other than that, it's open air. And I think that's it. The roofing is a dark gray standing seam, the same color that was approved for the main house. And other than that, I think I'll let you ask questions.
Okay, thank you, Danny. Back to the board for questions. Let's start with Don.
I actually have no questions. Thank you.
And Claire,
No questions.
Bill,
No questions.
John,
No questions. Thank you.
Sam.
So real quickly, again, I think, Brian, you mentioned that they had worked with the neighbor in terms of screening of this pool, and they've talked to the neighbors, and there's no issues with any additional planting that would be required landscape-wise.
To clarify, Sam, we are going to be providing some plantings. We just don't, Scott Menzel's our landscape architect, and we just didn't have those prepared for concept meeting today, but we will have a full planting plan specifically along that back side of the building to kind of screen the building.
Okay.
Sam, to elaborate on that, the proposed, just to get your thoughts, it's 6 36-inch box bay laurels that would plant along the back wall of that pavilion to the east. There's already a hedge along the fence line, so this is just kind of another layer up closer to the pavilion, just to kind of provide that layering.
Okay, well, it's nice that you're talking to your neighbor and you're thinking about that kind of softening of the structure. So that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Danny.
Okay, and then Dave.
No questions, Tip. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so to open public comment for item number 3, 780 Rockbridge Road. Sharon, do we have anything?
We do not. Thank you.
With that, I'm to close public comment for item number 3 back to the board, and this item here is here for conceptual review. So let's start with Dave.
To me, it seems like a win-win. They've gone out of their way to address the neighbors' concerns. The little structure is very nicely detailed and relates to the main house. The roof's dark color, so I can, as long as the neighbor's on board and you document the landscaping, I can definitely support the project.
Thank you. Sam?
I agree. I think the structure is very nice. I think the aspects of sound attenuation to kind of keep the neighborhood quiet, an activity area like this, it's nice to have it somewhat buffered from the neighbors, which is what they're doing with the structure and the wall. So as long as there's a little landscaping to tie it in, it seems like a good addition to the master plan for the property.
Thank you, Sam. John?
I think the consent calendar just got another item. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, that's a great
I'm
comment.
happy with that.
I'm not up for this going to consent. We do not have a landscape plan in front of us. I know everybody's talking about it. So my recommendation would have this go to preliminary, final on consent with the applicant to return with a landscape plan. We don't really see one. We hear about it, but we're not seeing it. And so for me, I can't move a project through to consent without seeing the landscaping as being proposed.
Excuse
All right,
me,
Claire.
Excuse me.
I'm the owner. Can anyone hear or see me?
Well, let us finish our comments and then we'll
Oh, I was
address.
just going to forward the plan that does include landscape. That was a mistake, a logistical mistake.
Okay.
That's
I
a late
noticed that
submission.
you're looking at a
can't.
little bit older plan that we had after working with the neighbor after submittal, we submitted an updated plan. And so
Cameron
Well-
submitted that. I have it right here.
It's a
We
late-
can't, we can't really take that at this point.
No.
I mean, you can, yeah, we can't really.
I think we could just bring it
Be
back
made of
to
a little.
one more meeting and we can.
That's what I'm saying, is it bring it back for preliminary with final on consent, or preliminary and final on at the hearing. I don't really care.
Yeah.
But procedurally, I don't think that I can vote for this project without having a landscape plan.
That's fine. We'll come back with the landscape plan.
I understand. I was just trying to get it to you since I have it here on my computer. I totally understand.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with the project. I think it's a great project. I know exactly where this is all happening, and I think it's fine, but this is, sticking to the rules here.
That's fine. We're coming back anyway, so we'll bring it.
Okay.
Very good.
So preliminary, final, full board?
Yes.
Danny, light fixtures, color, details.
yes, understood.
Okay, full
Got it.
set.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. 4. Tip, you there? Tip. Hello, Tip. Did we lose you?
Where'd Tip go? There he is.
Take over, Bill.
Okay. we're
No,
going-
Tip's back on.
Tip, I see you. See you there. I don't hear you though. Tip. All right. Item number 4. It's 685 Stonehouse Lane, Becker Studio. Do we have the applicant online? Item 4.
Yes.
Okay.
Errol Becker and Megan Hart are here on behalf of Becker Studios.
Okay, we've got previous minutes from this project. Are these look correct?
Correct.
Okay, let me read those. Ensure access meets fire district requirements. Concerned about noise impacts from tennis court. Plans are not accurately showing slopes present on site. Study roof and window proportions to increase space above windows. Study entry tower proportions. Restudy guest house roof to make more symmetrical. Encourage to work with neighbors on privacy and noise issues. Need to see grading plan and how it impacts trees. Screening will be important, show on landscape plans. Site constraints make tennis court challenging with extent of hardscape required. Need to sort out building envelope restrictions and allowances to ensure project complies. Site visit with story pole of second story roof ridge line required after site planning is solidified. So if you want to go through those items.
I think we have a letter from a neighbor.
Okay, should we read that first? Comment letter.
Sure.
Mr. Hefner, I'm writing in support of the Stonehouse Lane project. His property is at 625 Romero Canyon Road. It joins his property at the rear. I met with the folks from Becker Studios and I have reviewed their revised submittal.
Bill?
Yes, so you're back?
Oh, you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, something wrong. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I'll just finish this letter anyway. I understand the intent. He's, and generally he's in support of the revised project and appreciate that they have reached out to be accommodating. Okay, with that, Tip, why don't you take over?
Okay, so if you can continue your presentation. Daryl?
Yes, hi. Hi, everyone. So let me just jump into things. First and foremost, since the last time we presented, we've furthered our meetings with all of the neighbors who have been impacted by the project. We met with Dwight Lowell and Ron Daniels, who were on the call together the last time. And mainly they just wanted an understanding of where the house was in relationship to the previously approved home. And if you go to sheet A 1.2, that's represented well, and it was represented previously, but they just needed an understanding, and they're in support of the project. Additionally, I met with Doug Stone, and he recently was able to talk to the Esheries, Mr. Eshery.
Oh,
But he had some specific issues with regard to privacy between the property on the northerly side. And there was also the prior owner, I guess, installed a gate in a place that there was no easement allowed. So we reached an agreement with regard to locking that gate and hedging it out. And I'll point that out later on, or I'll have Derek point it out later on with the landscape plan. And then we met with Mr. Hefner, and we perfected some tree trimming at the westerly part of the property and agreed to sort of a maintenance agreement in terms of how we would keep the hedge and the trees trimmed in separation. And we perfected that work and improved that. I think with the exception of one comment that worked with Mr. Stone on, none of the items actually pertain specifically to the architecture. And I think everybody's in support of the design, the placement of the house, and the architecture itself. Just to point out, Mr. Stone has an easement through the motor court area to access a well on the southeast corner. And he wanted to ensure that accessibility is there, both for the benefit of his properties. He has the two north of this property, but as well, the neighbor to the south directly also, that's further down is where the wellhead is. So we discussed that specifically, and some other matters that don't really pertain to this. The one item that's design related that we've agreed to work on has to do with hedging our service court to the garages, such that when vehicles are entering and exiting the service court, that we've got it properly screened so that we don't have headlights to the north through the property line. And right now there is there on the landscape plan you've got pulled up, there's opposite the garages is a line of trees and a hedge. And then north of that, it's just a green space because that area is already planted out and hedged out. Our service court area is down 3.5 feet from the existing grade. So we shouldn't have a situation where we have car lights shining through into the neighbor's property. But we've agreed that if that happens, we would address that again at a later time, either by adding a fence or additional screening, meaning fabric screening along the property line fence. So we have a commonality of goal in that regard because their property on the opposite side has a motor court there that's got a turnaround. So we want to make sure it's successfully screened between the properties. I think on I think on, where's the aerial? A 0.11, you can, yes, you can look at that area to the northeast, and you can see the existing screening. I'm sorry, it's at the bottom of the paper. It's on the southwest of this drawing. You can see the existing hedging and screening that's down in there. And so our new hedging would be just south of that to screen. So we don't think we're going to have any impact, but we made a commitment to him that we will continue to work together to ensure the car lights don't affect either property. So I think that covers most of the items we talked with neighbors about. If I'm mistaken and any of them are here, they can comment on it. And then the rest of the project comments from our last meeting. One, we met with the fire department and were able to agree to a fire access plan, and that is detailed on A1.4. I'm just going to go down the list that we had from the minutes from last time, but on A1.4, we're using the Y format for ingress and egress. That is 1.1. Yeah, there it is right there. And we don't have any significant grade changes in that location right there. And so meeting with Alex Brummond at the fire department, he suggested and agreed that this would be acceptable to the fire department. Additionally, we show the hose pull to the guest house, which the fire department also has acknowledged and agreed will suffice. Item 2 was the tennis court concern and noise, which we just discussed about with William Hefner. Opposite our westerly property line is his rear yard, where they have a swimming pool much closer to our rear yard, as well as a bocce ball court. So I think that these are like kind type uses, and there was no concern about that once we talked about what we're putting in and the usage, et cetera. So I'm a little bit lost here. Yep, that's us. Is that it?
Yeah, but that's.
I'm sorry.
right,
No,
it's
it's
the
further
other-
down. It's further, it's at
it's
the
to
bottom of
To
this.
the west.
Oh,
Keep coming down.
oh, here.
Yeah, down, yeah, right there. So,
Yeah.
yeah, you see their pool. He's opposite this hedge line. So there's two oak trees in the middle. And then the Hefner house with the pool at the bottom, center bottom. And then there's a bocce court over there off the guest house there. So we're juxtaposed the other way to our southeast corner, meaning to the right. And we have a sport court in that bottom corner. So that was our discussion. And anyway, he's comfortable with our improvements as mentioned in his letter. The next comments are more architectural in nature. Plans were not accurately showing slopes present on the site. I do want to mention that we have engaged and are working through right now some of the finer articulations of the site plan. We have Bill Spivak working with us specifically with regard to the trees. He's conducted an on-site investigation of all the trees and has revised all the critical root zones. We have a development envelope that we're working within. So anything that encroaches outside the development envelope, we're being extremely mindful of, and specifically planting them as to these oak trees. So between this meeting and the next one where we come back, we'll have an oak tree plan with specifics of what's being impacted or not impacted, as well as final grading relating to that. So because of the requirement of the site, the grade of the habitable structure being 1.5 feet above the existing grade on site, the house gets elevated. And as it gets elevated and comes across the southerly part of the site plan, we start creating separation between the house and the trees on the southerly side of the lot. And because of that, we're going to have to retain grade. And so that's what Bill and Mike Geringer and Derek Eichelberger are working on right now. So we'll be coming back. We believe our site landscape plan is approaching a final design and as represented today, but we do have to manage the site walls relative to the oak trees, and we'll be doing that between now and our next presentation.
Thank you, Daryl.
Sorry. So plans not accurately showing slope. So we have indicated that, and that's on sheet elevation sheets, which would be A 2.4. And
Previous sheet.
that would be the other previous sheet. You got 241 there. So that's one prior. 2.4.
That it?
11, yeah.
Sorry, sheet 11. Right. So you can see across the front of the property, the grade slopes, and that's the difference between the right-hand side and the left-hand side is almost 4 feet. We have a requirement from where the garage connects to the house to separate the habitable space 1.5 feet. So on the right-hand side of this elevation, we show that. And then as it comes across
Figure out whose it is.
to the left, which is southerly, we have the house out of grade about 3.5 to 4 feet, and then we have these site walls, and that's where we're going to be retaining grade and putting in a low site wall. And we expect that those walls will end up about 3 feet out of finished grade and probably about 6 feet overall, depending on how they're constructed. We'll come back with more detail in our next round. But we are in the midst of studying all that and reconciling it, both with Bill Spiewak, Derek Eichelberger, and Mike Geringer, our civil engineer. We made some changes to the roof and window proportions on this front elevation.
Sheet 11 or page 11.
Page
Yeah.
11. And those were comments, I think, generated by John Watson, asking us to create a little bit more space above the doorways on the second floor, so that we had some spatial recognition between the eave line and the top of these balcony doors. Correct, right there. And then additionally, we had been asked to pull this 2-story massing at the front entryway up above the eave line, so it's separated from the original structure. And so we've created that separation here. And so that's been represented. Additionally, there was some input. The kitchen window is on the right-hand side below the right balcony, right there, and that had an arched element, and we were asked to restudy that and into this format. So we did that. There were no comments at all with regard to the back of the property or anything else. The only other comment that was made architecturally had to do with the guest house structure, which is sheet A2.6, and we had a on detail 2, we had a pitch break on this structure, and we changed this to a balanced gable with the large picture window. And that was I think Don Sharp had brought that up to our attention. So we made that change, making that more symmetrical. So moving past that, we were asked to and encouraged to meet with the neighbors and discuss the impacts on the neighborhood, which we did. Number 8 has to do with this grading plan and how it impacts the trees. We're in the midst of that. Screening we've addressed thoroughly on the landscape plan, which I'll have Derek tap into in a minute. The site constraints indicate the tennis courts being challenged to the hardscape, and we reduced the size of that sport court, tennis court to a sport court size. And then we studied thoroughly the building envelope restrictions relative to ingress, egress, and other site improvements. And we did a study on page, you just have it right there on the left and right. This is the prior development plan versus ours on sheet A1.2. If you'll go down and scroll down, that's the prior, the
This
upper,
is the existing.
yeah, that's ours.
Well, no.
Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry, right there. You had it right there. So we essentially denoted and hashed out the square footage of our encroachment as designed versus the previous plan, which is proposed. And we've reduced the amount of encroachment over the previously approved plan. And so we're currently working with our planner on that. I believe that's on page 1.2 and 1.3. So that's 1.2 represents our encroachment, 1.3 represents the prior encroachment on the site plan. And our encroachments are less than what was previously approved. So we're really trying to balance out the site, make sure that we're not encroaching in a greater way, making sure that we're cohesive with the neighborhood and the neighbors and not impacting it in a greater way. We're trying to minimize that. Which leads me to item 12, which is this discussion about story polling. And I know that the board likes to story poll every project. Our house as designed is a smaller footprint over what was previously approved by this board. Additionally, it is about a foot or two shorter. And further, we have the consensus and support of the neighbors. So we are happy to minimally story poll the house if the board needs us to, but would love it if you guys didn't want us to, given the fact that you've approved a larger house on this site. So that concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions or review any comments from the board.
Thank you. Did you say Derek has a presentation?
He's on the line.
Derek, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. We just have a few small changes made to the landscape plan. If they could pull it up, would be helpful.
Oh, you see it? EL1?
Is that it, Derek?
You've shown it several times, but I don't see it up right now. There it is. So the only comment on the landscape plan from last time that I recall was the comment about making sure that the screening was being dealt with on all the edges that abutted neighbors. So on the east side, there's already a pretty significant podocarpus hedge. So we're not adding screening there, but we are adding a new continuous screen on the south side, on the west side. And even though there's already a hedge on the north side, we're adding an additional hedge to double down on the buffering on that area. And then the plan itself, we made one somewhat significant change, which involves the trellis that was on the north side of the pool, where there's a little north side of the pool. It was there.
Okay.
So that moved to the end of the pool. That was the owner's request. And so it necessitated us shaping and shifting a few things around, but by and large, the rest of the plan is the same as it was. That's it.
Tip, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, he's done.
Thank you. Derek, are you done?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Derek. So back to the board for questions. Start with John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Daryl, I did not see any grading quantities on the plan. Have you done those yet?
Yeah, it's on the grading plan and that sheet, the last three sheets of the plan. And let's see what the calc is. Hold on 1 second. John, I'll see if I can
It's on the first sheet of the grading. That's right.
clarify. It's on the first sheet of the grading plan. And we're at 1,400 cut, 1,430 of cut, 690 fill, and exporting right now 530 is our current calculation.
And so at the northern portion of the house, you're cutting it in how many feet about?
It's 3.5 feet or so, and that's just in the motor court area.
And the south end of the of the house, how much fill?
It's about a 4-foot fill, and the reason I say about is because our grading plan has we have a slope side, but our grading plan has some workouts that we're still finessing in terms of added fill based on these. This template is based on our prior plan. They're working through the current plan with the tree consultant. And so, but that southerly side, it's about 4 feet of fill.
And isn't that all being driven by the fact that you want a single level floor on the first floor?
Well, it's been driven by 2 items. One is that even though this parcel is not in a flood zone, there's a requirement in the development plan to have the house grade be 1.5 feet above the existing grade. And so this has been a bit of a struggle to be able to do that. And then secondly, we have elderly clients who want the first floor, which is essentially the floor that they're living on, to be at a single level. And so our design program was to allow that to happen while constraining the height of the building within what was previously approved with other designs. So we want to minimize the mass of the structure, but yes, we want to keep it single level at the first floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Thank you, John. Claire? Claire?
Wait a second. Oh, okay. What is happening here?
Mute your phone.
Well, no, my phone is muted. That's why it's ringing. It's ringing over there where you are, but it's muted over here where I am. So I don't know what's going on.
Claire, you any questions?
Questions? No, I don't have any questions. No. Oh, yes, I do. I actually do. And it's a question for Derek. Going back to the landscape plan, Bill, if you could just scroll through to the landscape plan. Yeah, that one. Derek, the light green, mostly, the green, what is that going to be? Yeah, like all that. What is that? What is going to happen there?
It'll be a mixture of meadow and native plants.
Got it. Okay, that's what I was hoping you would say. So the only lawn is around the pool and the formal veggie.
Right. It just sweeps around the kind of the central use area.
Okay. And the rest of it is just going to be natural. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Claire. Bill?
Yeah, Daryl, I'm looking at the grading plan. I know you're still working on it. That's what you stated. I'm assuming that you're going to have grading around the guest house on these ends, uphill side, and around the sports court as well. Is that, I mean, it looks like you've got 3 or 4 feet of elevation change there. So you probably have some retaining, or you're going to cut back or whatnot. So the other question I have for Alex is, did we determine whether it was okay you could grade outside the building envelope? As long as you don't have structure in there, it's okay to grade outside of it? You know about that?
I don't believe it is. No.
What was previously approved.
So then how do you do that?
That's that actually isn't accurate. The prior plan approved grading outside the
Well, that might have been an error. I can't
the-
speak
and
to
the-
that, but I
and the
believe the
language-
condition is written in a way to say all ground disturbance.
Right. It's all, what it says to do is, I mean, look, how do you get into the parcel if you don't grade the driveway into the parcel? How do you get into the motor
Well,
court?
are you is that grading up for the driveway?
I'm sorry?
Is that grading for the driveway?
Not, the driveway has to be graded to pull into the house. And so what the development plan says is it allows grading into the site as necessary. And that's why we've done our calculations, and that's why we're studying our trees. What we're trying to do is minimize any impact on any resource outside of the development. So we kept the house itself formally inside the development envelope, and site paths, which are pervious and specifically designed as such, and any other, say, entry gates. Entry gates would be outside, just like they are on every other parcel over that in the subdivision that has these same requirements. Those are minimized, but they do exist. And so that is our study right now, is to minimize the amount of development and build no structures outside of the building envelope. But the language in the development agreement allows for minimal building outside of the development envelope. So, and that's what was previously approved. So, I mean, the answer of, hey, we approved it before and that was a mistake, isn't consistent with the whole subdivision. So it is about getting in and getting out and minimizing.
Well, yes. I mean, we can have this discussion maybe offline, but you're certainly entitled to have a driveway into the residence. But, you know, the extent of that driveway and the directness of the driveway into the envelope, I think is certainly up for discussion as far as how much of the envelope or how much of the work is occurring outside of the envelope. And that's been something we've looked at other projects is, you know, with their driveway designs, is how directly are they getting into the envelope to access for access purposes, and what's reasonable in that regard.
Right.
But as far as other grading associated, you know, not related to the driveway, I think our efforts with these projects over the last number of years has been to confine the grading to the envelopes. We have allowed flat work outside the envelopes, like DG pathways and that kind of thing. But I think my experience with these projects is we have looked to keep the grading within the envelopes.
And that is an item we're working with our planner on to minimize the grading outside of the envelopes. We do have on the south elevation an encroachment, and what we're trying to do is get the actual resource restriction, meaning the trees down there, get this critical root zones around those trees, make sure that we're having no impact, and then design it consistent with minimal or no impact. And that's what we're reviewing with the county. So it, you know, and arborist and our consultant. So that is all part of our effort, and that is consistent with previous houses in these areas, and then the one that was just recently approved by this board in planning. So I would think we should be able to be successful in doing that.
Yeah, that was my question. I mean, around the sports court too, you're probably going to have some grading in these areas as well. So anyway, just wanted to know how you were planning to deal with that and grade changes across those areas there too.
We would, with regard to the sport court, there's the intention of the sport court is to fit it in. You know, what was previously drawn was a full tennis court, which exceeded the boundaries of the development envelope in the southwest corner. And we've since shrunk that back. And we have a size compliant sport court there that we think will fit, but we'll probably have some retaining foundations on that lower side. And then, as you said, cut and fill in those areas, all of which we'll make sure are represented in our final grading plan.
Got it. Okay.
With regard to the guest house, that some of that grading is shown. It's in refinement right now, but all of that grading is intended to be inside that development envelope.
Got it. All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill. Don?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Sam?
Yeah, it seems like you guys are working out the refinements of the grading, which to look at this plan, it's really not representative of your footprint. So as you get further along, I'm sure there'll be small walls and different landscape terracing effects and drainage and things that'll all come next time. But in general, I just, thank you for working with the neighbors and honing down all these things in the process of this restricted lot, but working with the neighbors from the beginning and listening to us is a pleasant way of moving the project ahead. No more questions.
Okay, thank you. Dave?
My question is grading related to, am I understanding that you are going to have some export?
The numbers currently represent that we're having a significant amount of export, and I'm actually looking at that as we speak, and I think some of these numbers cannot be accurate given our cut. We're not cut that far in, but yes, it would be more exported than imported.
Okay, so I guess my question then is, have you considered design options to balance the grading on site? And then my question to Alex is, at what point does preserving the site justify export? I mean, from my way of looking at things, it'd be best to balance on site, but I'm wondering, because this has such a limited area of development and grading, at some point, is that export justified to protect the site?
Well, we don't have any policies against exporting or importing of soil per se. We have policies regarding the minimization of grading. And certainly balancing cut and fill is preferred from an impact to neighborhood standpoint, although that's temporary and short term. But I mean, the envelopes were designated for a reason there. And so language is pretty clear that it's intended to keep ground disturbance within the envelope, which includes grading. So I don't know what else to tell you there.
Okay, well, that helps me understand the priorities. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
And I think just comment, Dave, on that is, we're happy to study further minimizing the off-site hauling of any soils to the extent we can balance it within the building envelope.
That would be helpful. Thanks.
Okay, so we are going to open public comment for 685 Stonehouse Lane. Sharon, do we have anyone? Sharon?
Just had the one Hefner comment.
The only one we had was for Mr. Hefner.
Okay, and no one in Zoom?
No.
All right, so I'm going to close public comment and back to the board. And this item here is for further conceptual. So let's start with Dave.
Yeah, I think in general, the style of the house and the location on the property appears acceptable to me. I appreciate your efforts to work with all the neighbors to work out the screening and the noise concerns with the sport court. And I think all that appears to be going in the right direction. The big concern on mine, from my view, is the grading and trying to minimize that and potentially balance on site. But also, I guess the way it's set up, you're trying to preserve the site the way it is too, so there needs to be a balance there. And so I would really look for the next round to provide more specific information about the grading, have the numbers accurate, have the contours of the finished grades on the plan so we can really understand that. And that would be the most important aspect of the project that I would need to have to give you my support. Thanks.
Thank you, Dave. Don?
Thank you. agree with Dave on everything he said. And I also want to thank Daryl for what I consider an excellent presentation, following our other comments and working very closely with the neighbors. Thank you.
Okay. Claire?
I'm going to second Mr. Sharp's comments. I mean, I really appreciate the work that Becker Studios have done on this. I know these sites, and I remember back when these building envelopes or these development envelopes were put in place. And that was like 20 years ago now for me. And that everybody that has ever tried to build anything in this particular development has had a problem. So I really have to acknowledge you for the work that you've done, Mr. Becker, to fit this project into, this building envelope or the development envelope. And that's what that ultimately, that for me, I think you're doing really a great job. And although some of the architects are dealing with it, having to figure out, it's almost impossible to grade outside of the building envelope. And so that's what we're seeing right now is these little tiny, not what a designer would ever do, but the constraints of the development were put in place by the original owner. And it's been a problem for 20 years or longer. And I know Alex has been around through most of this. So I really appreciate all the work you've done. I think the house is great. I think I got my answered questions about what the landscape was going to look like. And my only other comment at this point, Mr. Chair, is given that this that Mr. Becker and his crew have worked with the neighbors, for me, I see no reason to ask him to put up story poles at this point. I think we get to decide that. There's no rule that says every two-story building has to. That's up to us. And I think that it's, given what he's having to do, to ask him to put up story poles at this point, seeing that all the neighbors have already seen the plans and they're all weighing in, and he's given us that information. I think that's an unnecessary step needed at this point. That's my comment.
Okay. Thank you, Claire. Sam?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I think the only neighbor on the two-story side would be the eastern neighbor. And I have one quick question. Did you guys, it sounded like you worked with the western and southern neighbors. You worked with Mr. Is it Stone, the one that's in the northwest? Did you work with the eastern neighbor? Do they have an idea?
Ron Daniels and Dwight Lowell, both who are in support of the project.
Okay,
And
that's good. With that, I agree that that the story poles, because of the way the massing is centered, is really not necessary for a view issue. As far as the project itself, I liked everything in terms of the design. I think the only question that needs to get resolved, and you're hard on this problem, is the grading and the grading outside the envelope. It may be that southern part of the residence it has to drop with some understory space instead of grading out. Maybe those gardens that you have on that south side can't happen that Derek and you guys are proposing, because you're again outside the envelope. So I think, the terracing and the flat work looks fine on the ends of the pool and the upper side, but maybe the lower side goes outside the envelope. So there's certain aspects of those subtleties that you're going to have to work with the planning department. But all in all, I think respecting the envelope with the new sports court like you have now, and respecting the envelope throughout is a really difficult puzzle that you've solved in a very nice way. But you may even, because of that envelope, be restricted even more. So we may look at a project that has more of a vertical wall on that south side. And it's kind of unfortunate that you can't feather out. And I would recommend, as a good design solution, that you can feather the grades to match existing. Especially if you're going to try to balance on site, you use some of that export fill to attach and feather down to grade in a natural way. But again, the planning rules are going to drive some of that. So I think, again, compliments for continuing to work on such a hard puzzle and resolving everything with your neighbors throughout this whole process. So
Thank you.
look at some of these things next. We're getting close.
Thank you, Sam. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what I see is that this is a issue of an immovable object meeting an irresistible force, and something is going to have to give. So either the planning department is going to have to accept the grading basically as shown, which is a 2-to-1 slope and is anything but natural. Or if they say the rules are the rules, Bill, can you just show us the grading plan there? Bill?
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason that the grading is outside of the envelope in the south corner of the property is twofold, and they are interconnected. One is if the south wall were moved towards the north and thereby reducing the size of the house about 8 feet, and it's a little unclear what that is, but Daryl said that the grade was about 4 feet at the bottom of at the southern end of the fill.
Okay.
If the southern wall were moved north and therefore reduce the size of the house, all of that grading, it might have to be 10 feet, can be brought back into the envelope. So the reason we have the grading outside the envelope is because the house, the south corner has been placed on the envelope. Another way to attack that would be to lower the floor of that lower portion. Another reason that I asked the question about that at the beginning. And Daryl has said that his clients don't want that kind of a house. So, and also the architectural style is a very classical Spanish style house with a large central ridge and simple boxy kind of architecture, which I like, and I think most people do. But that also could be stepped if they wished. If you do step it down, then all of the grading around the driveway also goes away. So it seems to me that the reason that we as a community are facing this issue is because of trying to push the size of the house to the maximum within the envelope, and also to retain the finished floor at a flat level. I like this house. I don't think that most of the time that we review properties that we have anywhere near this kind of constraint. We do have oak trees that are at an unfortunate location in terms of the final development. But for instance, the property that was being rotated, I think it's East Valley Lane, if I remember the name of that street, that was affected in the mud flow where they're picking the house up and moving it, turning it 90 degrees. They have trees that are down in a situation similar to this, and we deal with it. So the other way to attack this problem would be to say, hey guys, this development really was poorly considered, and take it back to the planning commission. So none of those alternatives, I'm sure, are particularly exciting to the applicant. But to deny that those exist out there, I think would be disingenuous to the planning process. So I think that there is room to move, but I think that it's going to alter this house substantially, or the planning department is going to have to back off their requirements substantially. So that's my analysis of the situation that we see ourselves in today. Having said that, I think the architecture is very handsome. I think has been well rendered, and I wish you the very best of luck. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, John. Bill?
Yes, just to piggy tail on to John's comments and you know, maybe the idea there, as John is saying, to shorten, maybe you've got room to move this up north and clear and give you more breathing room over here just by the fact of moving this back up here. And if you can, in fact, grade for driveways, well, this is part of the driveway. That's part of the driveway. This is part of the house. If you can pull that up forward, maybe you can work it out. Just an idea. I think generally speaking, though, I love the house. I think it looks great. The architecture looks fine. I think, I think there's some roadblocks that you just have to, some hurdles you have to go over for some of the grading. The rest of it, I think you're heading the right direction, and I love what you've done. So I commend you for that, making the proportion changes to the windows and doors, and working with the neighbors, I think is all really, really good. So thank you for that. And that's all I've got.
Thank you, Bill. I just want to add one thing. I believe that there was some neighbors that were under the impression that story poles would be required, especially for a two-story residence, which is pretty much we asked for from a lot of applicants. So I believe that to make sure that we don't have any issue down the line, I think that I probably would like to request a story pole for the house. So the ridges, and since the site is vacant, that's probably very easy to do. And that's, I think that's what the board asked at the last time when you were here the first time. So Bill, you want to look at the roof plan? Maybe you can tell the applicant where we want the poles.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm not so sure that we have a plan that's really ready yet. I want to make sure that the planning department and the applicant come to terms one way or another, however they get that resolved before we go out.
I think that's a great idea. So perhaps let's wait on that until the applicant can work with planning and make sure that you have a viable plan. And then when you do, then we definitely like to see a storyboard. So I'd like to continue this item.
Yeah, so for the, we'll just have the applicant work with the planner to review the grading issue and the envelope issue, and then the planner just won't schedule it until we're comfortable on the planning side that issues have been resolved, and then we'll schedule it with the storyboard.
All right, so we'll continue this item until a further to the future date.
Good.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to item number 5. And that's 732 Coyote Road.
I'll be stepping down.
Sam be stepping down. So is the applicant online, Sharon?
Hi, this is Andrew Lyon representing the Spiegels.
Your name, please.
Andrew Lyon.
Thank you. And please, I believe we had some comments from the last meeting, which was on September 17th, and I'm to read the comments. Number 1, preferable for driveway access to be taken from Banana Road if feasible. Number 2, understory wall height at southerly edge of the home is significant and project does not tie in well with the site. Number 3, study option for setting the house more into the slope or modify the sitting or orientation in order to avoid large exposed understory. At a minimum, improve landscaping around the southern edge of the house is required. Number 4, fence and hedge along eastern property at the road is not appropriate. Restudy to provide for more openness or less formal landscaping. And number 5, study pool orientation to reduce grading, possibly rotating 90 degrees to run with the contours. And I know you have made some changes, so you can go ahead and address those comments.
Mr. Chair, I just want to just because it's not all these rules. I have had a meeting with the owners, 2 meetings two opportunities to walk the site and meet with the owners. So I'm just giving that as ex parte, you know.
Thank you,
And
Claire. That's
Mr.
important.
Mr. Chairman, I had an ex parte phone call from Mr. Mathis.
Thank you. All right. Would you like to?
I also had a call from Mr. Mathis as well.
As well did I.
Thank you.
Sam's busy.
So would
Thank
you
you.
like to begin the presentation?
Thank you all. If we can start the presentation maybe on A03. I wanted to address, well, actually, sorry, A01. I just wanted to quickly address the conversation about integrating the two driveways together. We've had some, well, more than some, we've had review from the fire department, and with the location of the guest house and the ADU, there is a requirement for fire department access for the two lower buildings. Additionally, there was concern about the overall grading on the site. And in conversation with the civil engineer, you know, we've really picked the location for the driveway access that reduces the amount of grading overall to balance the cut and fill. Additionally, the location of the house is not what's driving the grading. It's the location of the fire hammerhead at the top that's driving a bunch of the grading. All of this is really about site safety and fire suppression. And we understand the board's concerns, but again, I think our goal is primarily to provide safe access for the fire department to the residents for the future. So this access road has fire marshal approval and fire protection concurrence. I think the second part of this conversation in terms of grading and the integration of the house, the clients are elderly, and they've really expressed a desire to have the house on a single level. If we can look at sheet A03, I realize on the previous submission, the lower level cellar plan may not have been as clear. And so I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page. There's an outdoor patio planned north. There's a series of steps and planters that we're using to integrate and manage the change in grade. There's a series of lower steps, and then underneath that area, which is the master bedroom, we have a storage room that is really valuable space for outdoor storage for any gardening supplies, et cetera. Additionally, yeah, you can see that in elevation A07. Additionally, on the next sheet, A08, there's a strong desire from the client to really have their experience be of the oak grove along that western edge of the site. And that oak grove along the western edge of the site is an existing oak grove that we're trying to remain undisturbed. If we can, I think if we move on to the landscape elevation, I know we're kind of jumping around, my apologies. But if you look at the landscape elevation in the landscape drawings, actually not this page, but all the way in the landscape plans, sorry, go up here in the civil drawings. We've worked closely with Sam's team, which is probably why, you know, he stepped away, to really provide a landscape solution for stepping down the site using a natural Santa Barbara stone wall and we'll call it low combustible materials to manage that grade. I hope that this addresses point number 3. Moving back to point number 4, and we have Nick Terrell from Earthform Design on the phone that can get more into this when the board has questions. If you look at the landscape plan, I think it's page 17. Sorry, the previous page, 16. Oh, it looks like we're missing a couple landscape pages here.
Plans in a separate file.
Oh, are they? Okay. Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much for bearing with us.
Mm-hmm.
So if we look at page 17, we have removed the reference to any fence or hedging for the project. And we really wanted to reiterate that we're using a natural edge with specific natural fauna to soften the edge along the roadway. We hope that this addresses the concern for point number 4. Lastly, if we can, in fact, maybe we can just address this on page number 14 of this landscape plan. On page number 14, we're hemmed in, and we wanted to sort of very clearly define what's controlling the location and orientation of the pool. First off, the length of the pool is mandated by the zoning code to be 45 feet in conjunction with a pool house or pool cabana. We have existing dry wells to the left of the pool and existing oak trees and drip edge to the western side. And those existing conditions start to limit the amount that we can rotate the pool in the east-west direction. So in lieu of rotating the pool, what we've done is minimize the flat surfaces and the flat work around the pool to be a walkway along the northern edge, and then two basically side areas for lounge chairs. And we hope that, we've tried to address the board's comments as best as possible, and we're providing this documentation with the hopes that we've done so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you done with your presentation?
I am, and if we have any questions, we have the landscape architects, the civil engineer, and the primary residence designer on the phone if there are specific questions.
Thank you. So let's start with Claire. Questions?
No, I actually have no questions. Been spending a lot of time on this property in and out, and I'm pretty clear that this is where we're at. So I don't
Thank
have any
you.
questions.
Thank you, Claire. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the civil engineer. Is it possible to increase the slope, the grade, in order to cover up the south face of the main structure? Or do we get in trouble in terms of being able to catch the bottom of that grade?
This is Mike Viatoni, and what you're asking, we could pull up the area that we're disturbing below the main house to minimize that and have a very small slope going to the south. However, what we're trying to do, which is why I'm showing the grading coming so far down the south, is being able to balance what we're doing for this project grading wise on site. So we're not trucking any dirt off.
Okay, that's not the question. If I misstated it, I apologize. What I'm trying to get at is, I think I have two major concerns with this project. One is the fact that we have a duplicative driveway parallel to an existing road. And I understand that there are issues about that, but I have a problem with that. And the second one is, it seems to me that this house is needlessly high out of the earth on the south side of the house. And the question was, can the grade be altered so that it appears that the house is buried more integrally into the landscaping rather than having these 5 and 6 foot high walls on the south side, even if they're covered with stone? The question is it possible? What happens?
Okay, so I think I understand your question better. Let me go over both questions that you have. So one with regards to the driveway. The owner doesn't own or have any rights to Banana Road that runs along the east side of the property, which is set back 3 or 4 feet off the east side of the property. And in addition, there's an overhead power lines that also block access from her being able to take access off of Banana Road. Then with regards to the house, lowering the house.
No, raising the grade on the south side, not lowering the house.
Okay, so and is it specifically over by that storage room area too?
On this particular plan, you see, Bill, stop. You see where it says building orientation and south and that little triangle there, right there. If you started the grade there and built it up, is that possible? How steep does the grade get? How much dirt is there? Is that going to be impossible to resolve, et cetera?
Okay. So we could, I think if I understand, then we could eliminate those walls that are shown there and just do a grading solution.
Yes.
If that's what you're referring to.
Yes. And how far, I know I'm catching you off guard here, but do you have an idea how much farther out that would go into the property? And you've done a lot of grading over the years, I'm sure. Is that going to just look like a engineered solution, or is it going to be able to be softened so that we get planting up to the house and allow it to look like the house belongs to the site?
I hear what you're saying, I believe, and I understand. One question I would have, if you look south of the house, there's a yard space that they're creating with those two walls.
Okay.
And so while we could get rid of that yard space and those two walls and address that, that height difference with the grading in there, we can certainly do that. But again, we would eliminate that yard space that they have. And then we could adjust the contours to try and make that look as if it was natural and that the house was set into that space as I'm looking south to north.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
You. Don?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Bill?
No questions, Tip. Thank you.
Dave?
No questions, Tip. Thanks.
Okay, so we are going to open public comment for item number 5, 732 Coyote Road. Sharon, do we have anything?
No letters.
Oh, we don't. Do we have a letter?
No letters.
Oh, no.
And do we have anyone in Zoom?
No, the person that we have is actually for items 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to close public comment.
Could I make a comment? I'm the owner.
Would you like to make a comment?
I would.
Okay, please.
I love the idea of making it look like the house is sitting further into the ground and being able to eliminate all those stone walls. And I think we were trying to just keep it as close to the natural grading or whatever it is, the natural elevations. And so Mike was doing the best he could to keep that. But I think it would be wonderful to use our extra soil to make it feel like the house doesn't need all those stone walls. I think it'd be better without them. That's it. I agree with you guys.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board and this item is here for further conceptual preliminary approval. So if we feel that it can receive preliminary approval, then we should vote on it. But let's start with Claire.
Well, like I said, I didn't have very much to say about that, and I've actually declared that I've spoken with it. And one of the problems with what Mr. Watson is recommending to the engineer is that if you really look at the plan here, I mean, what we've been dealing with is the corner of this house and the fact that it's 15 feet or whatever it is. But you can see in the landscape plan, there is a small wall that's been created around the leading edge of the oak forest. So if you start mounding, you've got to be really careful to protect all those oaks in there. And that if you're going to be now pushing more dirt up against the house, you're going to have to deal with these oak trees that are very close to the house. So that, that's been part of the constraint here, is trying to protect that grove of oak trees. And as far as the height of that corner of that wall, I've walked through this oak forest. Nobody is ever going to see that high wall. So I think that's why Sam is kind of built up there. And if we're going to now take all that away and put dirt there, it's still going to be the same. Nobody's going to see it. And that amount of grading underneath these oak trees is not really acceptable.
Right.
So that's just my cut on it, and part of it is all driven by the fact that the fire department wants this hammerhead way up at the top.
So are you supporting the project?
Oh, I'm
The changes?
absolutely supporting the project.
Thank you,
Okay,
Claire.
can I just say that I retract my statement to you guys? I think we should keep it just the way it is.
Let us finish our comments. Thank you. John?
I understand where Claire is coming from, and I think the point is well taken. But at least as rendered, what's been presented to this board, I don't think I have ever voted for anything with that kind of an understory. I think it is unfortunate. So also to address Mike's point, I do not, Mike Ventali, I am not aware of the power line issue, but I have heard ex parte that there was some discussion with the neighbors to the east to be able to share that driveway. And
John, it's an easement problem. Is that this owner doesn't have an easement to use the Banana Road. And we went through this. We went through this after the T fire, and this was, the issue is that the Seagulls only have access up to their property. They do not have an easement across the Banana Road on that eastern thing. That would take, they'd have to do a lot of work.
Okay, so I have heard, can I finish? So at least as it is presented today, I don't think I can vote for this project. So let me just leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Bill?
Yeah, so I certainly see all the challenges with the oak trees here, definitely. Maybe there's a way to scoot this plan over a little. The carport, I know, maybe that could go to a different location up above, and maybe you could move this over, and maybe you could get a little bit of relief on that corner. It's mostly that corner, I think, that seems to be kind of a big up in the air kind of thing. And it'd be nice to have a little buffer there, a greenery, so you could get planting, or does that become a green wall or something, just to kind of soften that corner, that one corner there, I think is the one thing that bothers me the most. I think you can kind of plant and site wall this as you've done. That's probably the best you can do, I guess, without getting into more grading in here. Without really studying how the grades work, it makes it tough for us to make decisions so quickly sometimes. That being said, I think the architecture is fine. Generally speaking, I can support that. Again, if we could reduce some of the understory, it'd be better. It's too bad you don't have access up Banana Road, but those are the facts. So what are we gonna do? We got to work with it. So generally speaking, if there was a way to kind of soften this corner a little bit for me, I think I'd be in support of the rest of it. Again, the architecture is fine, the colors are fine, everything else is fine. So that's my only concern.
What corner would that be directionally?
That would be the southwest corner of the residence and patio area.
Thank you, Bill. Dave?
Yes, my concerns the last time around were the concerns that everyone's been talking about, especially that southwest corner and the driveway. And I think in the last go around, it wasn't, the constraints weren't clearly presented to us, and now they are. So given that based on what's been presented, the driveway has to be on site the way it's proposed and not more direct off of Banana Road. And the fact that it is part of the safety for the project and the fire access, and that the fire access and the turnaround are driving that design, and that the house is located on the flatter portion of the site up there, and that it is a very steep site. Also, the fact that the oak tree is a grove of trees to the west, and that they should be preserved, which I agree with. And so that's further limiting things. I guess what I'm saying is, given these I agree that this project's pushing the envelope as far as the grading and the site walls on the southwest portion, but given these difficult constraints, I think I can support the project based on the fact that the driveway needs to be there for safety, and that, preserving the oak trees is important. And by preserving those oak trees, really the area of the house that we're concerned about is very well screened from the adjacent neighbors. I can support the project based on those very specific reasons that are conditions of this site. And that's my comments.
Thank you, Dave. Don?
Yes, thank you. I agree with Dave. I am against artificially piling a bunch of dirt up to make the house settle in, I think, and not lowering the house. I think that that's very counterproductive. I'm also very concerned about what effect that would have on the oak trees, which are very substantial for this project. So I can support the project as submitted, and I think the driveway situation, the turnaround, is more or less cast in stone. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. And I definitely agree with all the comment from Dave due to the site conditions. So therefore, I can support the project too. So I think we can craft a motion for preliminary approval. Dave, you want to try that?
I'd make a motion for, are we here for preliminary? I'm sorry.
Yes,
Yeah.
preliminary approval.
Preliminary approval with the applicant to further study the southwest corner of the project to see if there's ways to further soften and mitigate that exposure, and come back with all the other details necessary for final approval to the full board.
I'll second that motion.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
One nay, 4 yes. Thank you.
Is
So
it,
return when you have all the drawings ready for final approval to the full board.
is it 4?
Thank you very much.
Or 5?
4 yes,
And
1 nay.
But we have 7 on the board. Sam stepped down, so that's 6 left.
That's all right, I got it.
5. Okay, sorry, Sharon.
No, it's all right.
Thank you, John. I can't count today. Okay, so we are moving on to item number 6, 619 Charm Way. Is the applicant online?
Yes, this is Paul Rubison with Appleton Partners.
Thank you. And this was continued from September 5th, 19. I believe we have some comments. Let me read the comments. So number 1, FAR Excellent is not acceptable. Mass, bulk, and scale are excessive. Need to reduce massing and square footage. Number two, tower element adds to the excessive massing of the structure and is not appropriate for the neighborhood. FAR calculation does not account for the added massing in the tower volume. Project is incompatible with the neighborhood. Number four, look to pull structure away from setbacks where possible. Number five, check in with Montecito Fire regarding tree clearance removal. Number six, applicant encouraged to reach out to neighbors. Number seven, depict construction, parking, and staging areas on plans. And number eight, site visit and story poles will likely be required after review of the redesign. So, Paul, if you can address those comments. It's all
Okay.
yours.
All right. We can move on to the next page. I mean, basically, yeah, this is the survey. We did review the overall mass, bulk, and scale of the project, and looking at it situated on the parcel. A lot of the layout of this house is based on the two significant trees, both in the front yard and the backyard, that we as designers and our clients would really like to keep and maintain as part of the character of the property.
Paul, can I'm sorry to interrupt you for 1 second.
Sure.
Can you quickly go through the FAR?
Yes, we can. So on the cover sheet, what we have done is we have kind of repositioned the floor plan on the lower level, the first floor level. And then we have reduced the volume of the second floor. We've cut down the square footage of the second floor. We have removed the tower element. And the FAR has been reduced from, it was 131%. We reduced it down to 127% of the recommended FAR. And there's actually, in our submittal package, there's a separate PDF that shows the exterior elevations comparing the previous to the new. And
it's in this print set? No.
No, it was submitted as a separate exhibit for the hearing.
Didn't make it into the file.
Am I able to do a screen share?
No.
No.
Okay.
You could email it to me if that.
Oh, these are the plans that I got from the planner.
Right. There was, at the same time that I sent those, there was also an exhibit showing the comparison of the existing to the proposed.
Well, I think we still need to just move on because we're still over the FAR anyway, so.
And Mr. Chairman, I think we'll probably have a site visit. So it's two-story house. So we can deal with it at that time.
So just go ahead and just point out what the changes from the last meeting.
So, all right. And then Alex, I actually just sent you that exhibit in case you're able to get that from your email. So what we did is, on the first floor, we basically just tried to make sure that we maintain adequate clearance for those trees. We did make some jogs to the south elevation so that we were kind of pulling the massing of the upper floor away from the property line. So while we're at the property line on the first floor, the second floor steps back from that line. And then let's see, if you go to the next floor plan. So the basement, we met with our arborist, Duke McPherson. We spoke with him about the root structures and the locations of the trees, and we've actually reduced the basement considerably. It's about half the size that it was in the previous submittal. And what we're doing is we're doing crawl space, and we're just being mindful of the root structures of both of those trees. On the first floor, you can also see on a diagonal, a dashed line of what the existing building is. So the existing building actually encroaches on those trees quite a bit. So that also will inform us on where the root structures are. If you go to the next page. So on the upper level, we've pulled off the south just to address the massing, and we've reconfigured the roof so that we brought it down quite a bit. So if you go to the next page with the exterior elevations, the tower element has been, we got rid of the cupola. We pulled the roof down over the entry quite a bit. And Alex, I don't know if possibly if you do get that email, let me know, because it will show a dashed line comparing what the roof used to be, and you can see how much we moved the volume down. Also, in reconfiguring the lower level, over at the master wing, we brought the ridge line down by reducing the size of the bedroom. And that was just another way of kind of bringing down the scale of the project. The upper level is pushed back quite a bit from the garage face. So that second floor element is pushed back from the street as much as we're able to. And you can see we've also shown in here the location of those trees that we are designing around. And then the last page is the requested landscape exhibit. We did meet with Montecito Fire. I don't know, do you want me to get into that now?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so and they got us in contact with the Wildland Fire Services, and we spoke about the pine trees that were on the property. There is an existing pine tree that's near the garage, and they recommended that that one be removed. So we have proposed to remove, it's not shown on here, but you'll see it on the existing site plan and the survey that we had a pine tree that's proposed for demolition. There's also 2 existing pine trees that are, on the east side, kind of towards the northeast corner. They said that, really it's up to the clients. There are concerns with pine trees of that size, but there's also a character about pine trees that size, and definitely didn't want to have a hole in the planting that's been established here on this property. So they said that if our clients elected to keep it, they recommend at least trimming up the lower branches. And that's what our clients would like to do, is keep those 2 pine trees and demolish the third. And then we're, of course, keeping those 2 oak trees that you'll see.
Thank you. Are you done with your presentation?
This is Ken with Appleton Partners.
Yes.
Can I chime in just a little bit?
Sure, please.
Okay. So as you can see from the plan that's in front of you, that the 2 street elevations, because this is a corner lot, are single story. The garage, you see the garage, and then the kind of the master suite are single story, and then the north end of the master suite is on the other street, the northern end. And so from the street, all of the 2-story massing is kind of right dab in the middle of the site and towards the south. And that's been done so that it all works between the 2 oak trees themselves, and puts the massing right in the middle of the site. So along the street, I think there was one comment about pulling back from the setbacks. We're far off in the back, the rear yard setback and the northwesterly setback, but we are tied up to the front yard setback towards the street, but with single-story elements and then the tree is behind. So these elevations really kind of show how the building is designed in and around the trees themselves with that courtyard.
Thank you. Are you done?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to bring it back to the board for questions. John?
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Don?
No questions. Thank you.
Claire?
What is the need for the basement? I mean, we've got a big house, lots of bedrooms. Why do we need a basement?
Well,
Oh,
go
yeah.
ahead, Paul.
You know, basically, you know, the clients were wanting to put some of the mechanical services and storage down in the basement as part of their program. And, you know, basically, since we are going to have full height walls in there, we also have a small entertainment room for the kids.
Okay.
And then the upstairs, they have 2 kids that are still at home. They have some kids that are out, you know, at boarding school. And so they have their master suite, their 2 kids at home, and then they have kind of a library area off their master that is a place for the 1 child who comes home.
Thank you.
Dave?
No questions, Tip. Thanks.
Sam? Sam, are you back? No? Sam's not back.
He probably went back to work.
His mute's
Okay.
off.
Bill?
Yeah, a couple questions. So your FARs aren't reflecting the basement, is that correct? That's not added into your FAR.
That's correct. The FAR does not calculate for the basement.
And did you, you met with the neighbors and had any discussion with anybody in the neighborhood?
So our clients have met with Andy Weber. He's the neighbor at 609 Chelham. He's just to the south of this property. And they've been in communication with him, and they're actually in, you know, in a good relationship with him about the project. So he's been the focus of their attention for discussing the project because he is immediately next door to 2 of the projects that are proposed.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
And nobody across the street, really just him is the only contact made. Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill. And I just have a question for you, Paul. What is the height of the basement, the crawl space? Is it a full basement, 10 feet deep, 9 feet? The ceiling height?
The basement is, let's see, if you look on the,
not really showing there.
Yeah, if you go to the,
oh, here we go.
There we go. Thank you. We've got 462.5, and on the first floor we've got 475. And we actually had to put it a little bit deeper just to get head clearance below the stair into the garage because of the existing slope of the property. So we've got 12 feet.
Yeah, I guess my question is, when you label crawl space and crawl space, is it the same finish floor elevation?
The crawl space is going to be significantly shallower. We usually maintain 3 to 4 feet clearance in the crawl space. So it's going to have a higher foundation, and we're going to be basically during excavation working with our arborist to make sure that, you know, if we need a support and cantilever across major root structures, we'll.
So the storage is the same elevation as the basement?
The storage is the same level as the basement, but the crawl space is significantly higher.
Okay, thank you. That's all. That's all the question I have. So I'm going to open public comments for item number 6, 619 Chatham Way. Sharon, what do we have?
We have Dina Trenwith. Dina, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Now, do you want to, we have your letter, but would you like to also speak?
Yeah, I would like, you could read the letter if you need to, or I could just make additional comments and, basically summarizing the letter.
Yeah, can you summarize in the letter, please?
Better, in your own words.
Yes, thank you. I'm a neighbor. I live at 265 Dawlish Place, directly across the street from several of the Rogers homes. I think they own 3 on my street. And then I'm around the corner from the other, one of the proposed projects is directly across the street. The other 2 are around the corner from my house. And they've done past construction jobs over several years in the neighborhood. And there's just an overall feeling in the neighborhood that, basically one family is bringing in a lot of construction to a small concentrated area in our community. And it just seems to continue with now we have 3 more proposed major construction projects that they've requested. And we've just had some negative experiences from negative impact on the community in the past. And we just, would love for these projects to really be reviewed. Do we need to do them? Is it necessary? And to continue on with more construction, especially when there's other neighbors in the neighborhood that are also doing construction areas, jobs or proposed in the immediate area. So it's a lot of construction. If you just take a look at all the construction jobs in our immediate area, there's already quite a few going on. Plus, this is going to be 3 more major ones adding to that by one family who's already done a lot. So there's just that general comment of just excess construction jobs. And specifically, I mentioned excess traffic, overcrowded parking hazards that are created with people walking the neighborhood, kids getting to school, doing turnarounds in our driveways, trash being thrown onto the street and yards. I've had it on my property many times over their construction projects. We've had people trespassing onto our properties and smoking. That's happened a couple times. Excess noise from cars and construction work, crew members yelling and loud music going, people showing up early, violating hours of operation. So just all those things, if there could be like a checklist on future projects that, there's consistent supervision of the different crews that come on. We understand, there's always different crews coming on, but just a consistent message and monitoring of the workers and the work being done would be very much appreciated. And specifically, I remember from the previous meeting in September, I believe it was, there was a specific request for the architect or the homeowners to conduct a neighborhood survey. And just now when you asked, I guess it was Mr. Brown about it, he said he reached out to one neighbor, Andy Weber, who is currently renting out his house to the Rogers family, by the way. So he's not even in the neighborhood anymore. The Rogers family are renting out that house from him. So, but he even still, Andy, I talk to him directly often, and he still has concerns about the project. But there was a specific request made to the Rogers family to conduct a thorough neighborhood survey. And I believe the amount of neighbors you said for them to reach out to was 20. And according to Mr. Brown, he just said they talked to 1. And that was several months ago. And 6 months before COVID even started. So they had plenty of time to do that. So would like to see that neighborhood survey that was requested from you guys of them and to see what the response was.
Thank you.
Chairman Tip, could I ask Ms. Trenwith a quick question?
Please.
Dina, do you have any issue with the building itself? Have you looked at the structure? It sounds like your concerns, as maybe some of the other neighbors are, is the construction activity going on. Have you looked at the building and your thoughts on the structure in the house and all of that? Do you have any thoughts on any of that?
Hi, yeah, thank you for asking. Most of my concerns are during the construction projects and the negative impact on the neighborhood from the workers and the streets and safety and noise and all that kind of stuff. But yes, I do have a concern with some of the buildings. They're just major jobs. So I really think it's going to take much more longer than even what you're proposing. And just because they are major, it's just going to take longer. Because they're bigger, it will also take longer. So yeah, the design of them, I do, have a bit of a concern that it's just going to add time to the project. And there's 3 of them going on, and one of them specifically that's 2-story. Yeah, what the Rogers family has done, they're just kind of changing the impact of the neighborhood community feeling a bit, and their homes are beautiful that they do. So nothing against the aesthetics of them, but they put gates up and they put like tall hedges around the properties, and it's just kind of inconsistent with this look and feel of this area of our neighborhood. And the 2-story honker going up kind of in the main intersection of our neighborhood, that does personally feel like a bit too much to me, to be honest. There's a new 2-story just built across the street from them, directly across the street. They're just finishing up construction on that right now, and that was a 1-story. So now right across the street, we have these 2 huge 2-story properties. I think the Rogers homes are beautiful, and I think before they do change them, they're already beautiful to begin with. So I don't really understand the need to change in the beginning. When there's so much construction going on, people have to because of T-fire and mudslides and stuff. I get that, but it just seems in this day and age with all the work that's being gone in, it just feels a little bit unnecessary. But they're homeowners, they have a right to do it, and I get that. I really do.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon, we have anyone else?
We did. We had another letter from Mr. Beckerman.
And is Mr. Beckerman?
I don't believe is here. I don't see him.
Okay.
And there's his, thanks, Bill. There's his letter.
So with the same serious concerns about the VC for all 3 projects.
Yeah.
Do you want me to read the letter or you, or no?
Yeah, can you read for me? I have a problem of.
Sure. It says, Dear board members, we're writing to express our serious concerns with respect to the above captioned projects. In response to the notices that we were recently mailed to us each project. Each of these projects is in our neighborhood. We are 34 years residents, and their construction will directly impact us. We are very concerned about the impact on us and our neighbors in the following respects. Number 1, these 3 projects follow shortly after the completion of a new residence on Dawlish Place by the same applicant, which project took 2.5 years to complete. Number 2, the current 3 projects are in addition to at least 2 other significant projects that are either proposed or under construction. This would result in possibly 5 construction projects in a small geographic area. Number 3, the prior construction project, which took a year longer to complete than had been projected, impacted us in terms of noise, loud music, and shouting, dust, traffic, ingress and egress difficulties, trash, and parking issues. Please bear in mind that Dawlish Place is a narrow dead-end street with only 1 entrance. These construction projects inevitably lead to a large number of construction vehicles, which compound the difficulty of assessing our home and which causes difficult access for deliveries and emergency vehicles. We respectfully request that you impose as conditions of approval of these projects mitigation measures to address the above concerns, such as requirement that a representative of the construction company be on site on a regular basis, limitations on the length of the project, provision for adequate trash bins, provision for adequate restroom facilities, an enforced noise policy, designation of parking off of Dawlish Place, and restrictions on trespassing on adjoining properties. I have trouble seeing how one family can move into a small community such as ours, buy 4 or 5 homes, and undertake so many major construction projects that greatly impact the neighbors and that inevitably will change the character of our neighborhood. There has to be a limit to such an intrusion. Yours truly, Jay Beckerman.
Thank you, Sharon. And that's, anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, with that, I'm to close public comment for item number 6 and back to the board. This item is here for further conceptual. So let's start with John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those that don't know, I live about a quarter of a mile away from here, beyond the 300-foot limit, but in the neighborhood. I believe that the project is too big, as stated, unless that they can somehow prove that the FAR in that portion of the neighborhood is down around where they are, which I don't think it is. There's a house directly across the street to the north that is quite large, but it's all single story. But everything else in that neighborhood is pretty modest. And I think that one of the underlying principles of the architectural guidelines and of the FAR in particular is to keep everything in relationship to each other. So I am.
John,
Yes.
excuse me for a second. Did you look at the FAR study that was provided?
Can let us finish up and comment, please?
I did not see an FAR study provided, so maybe it's there, but I didn't see it, Ken. So I'd like to have that. If that's done, I appreciate that. Number 2, I want to see what it looks like on the story poles, and I want to see what the landscaping plan is more in depth on when we get out there, and then I'll be able to make an assessment better at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Dave?
Yes, I don't know if this has been discussed or addressed, but many of the neighbors' concerns we don't really have purview over. We're really focused on the aesthetics and the way the project fits within the compatibility of the neighborhood from a design standpoint. I think a lot of these other issues need to be directed to the planning staff and the people that are overseeing the construction and the conditions during construction. I'm going to keep my comments focused on the design. I missed the first round on this one, but I would definitely want to see FAR study that justifies the exceeding the FAR. I wouldn't be able to support the project unless you can demonstrate it's consistent with the neighborhood. And then I also would like to see the story poles to understand how the project fits within the existing trees and how it potentially is screened and towards the middle of the site, as you've said. But I would need to see that as well. In general, the design style and the architecture looks appropriate. It's more about the mass bulk and scale, the screening, and compatibility with the neighborhood from that perspective.
Oh, what?
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, I downloaded the files that Sharon gave us a link to, and there was no FAR study in that set of files.
I did not have one.
So.
All right, we'll ask for the next meeting.
Thank you.
Don?
I believe that was in our first presentation, the FAR study. First time we came ahead of you, in front of you.
Okay, we'll go back to that. Don?
Yes, I agree with both Dave and John. While we don't have control over the neighborhood ambiance or growth, but there is a limit. And I think, for instance, a large basement is not necessarily necessary, while maybe legal, maybe FAR issues, but this is a very tight, small, one exit street. And I think while it's not our purview, the design of the structure has to reflect the neighborhood. And this is not that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Claire?
Oh, my goodness. I agree with what everybody's saying is that but there are ways for us, when we approve a project, there are certain things that we can take into account. And one of them is neighborhood compatibility. Is this project compatible with the neighborhood? Not just the size, bulk, and scale, but the project as whole. What are the impacts of this project going to make on the neighborhood? Well, you've heard from two neighbors what the impacts are going to be. So it's for me. It's incumbent on me to figure out how to get this building built. Dealing with where all the construction traffic is going to go, where the dumpsters are going to go, where all of those things that are going to happen. And for right now, for me, the bottom line is, and that's why I brought up the basement, there's going to be too much impact of this building to the compatibility of the neighborhood. And it's way clear that I am not going to, in any way, shape, or form, approve a building of 127 square, 127% FAR on a corner lot in this very, very tight neighborhood. I took the opportunity this morning to drive around this neighborhood so that I could get a feeling, especially having gotten the letters, of what's happening. And for me, this is not approvable. So we can sit, I think we do need to see the story polls, but there's and we need to deal with the FAR, and right now I could not approve this building as is.
Thank you, Claire. Bill?
Yeah, I agree with what I'm hearing from other board members. Yeah, the definitely story polls are going to be needed. The FAR study is going to be needed. My take on it is, as Claire stated so eloquently, it's a corner lot. It's a small neighborhood, and it's 127% FAR, not including the basement. So, in terms of impact on the lot and the site and the neighborhood, that becomes a little harder pill to swallow. So, I think we're going to need some proof that all of this is going to work. I'm a little concerned looking at the oak trees, even though they were impacted before, balconies, porches, and things like that are cutting right through a good rest of them. And some of these trees up in here too that are there are going to be impacted. So, it's the arborist report proof that that's going to be okay and that the planner's all right with that percentage of impact. So, yeah, there's, I think, a lot of things to look at here. I think, what I've seen from the other houses that they've done, they look like the architectural style is nice. So I think that's probably the right direction. It's just the mass bulk and scale, I think, on this lot might be a little bit of a challenge. So let's wait and see with those FAR studies and the story polls and the site visits what we've got. So that's all. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, there's one other comment that I'd like to make. And
Please.
it has to do with the asphalt driveway. And this kind of does fall in the purview of landscape architects and landscape design, is that it looks like about a quarter of the frontage of the property is taken up by an asphalt driveway. And I would ask the applicant to really look at that. That's crazy. It's like a third or quarter of the project is on that side. That's not compatible. That driveway needs to be redesigned.
Thank you, Claire. And so we'd like to continue this item and with the applicant to put up the story polls and addressing the FAR issues and come back when you have
Maybe
the story polls in place.
the applicant could meet with the neighbors.
Yeah, that's another comment too about the. I was not sure about the last comment about meeting with 20 neighbors. But if we did make that comment, then perhaps you should meet more than one. And thank you. So let's move on to item number 7.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, in
Yes.
addition to the story polls, I'm wondering if just on the ground, some chalk or a pole or something could be placed to demarcate the very northeast corner of the bedroom. northeast, right there, just so we can see how close to both of the streets. Thank you very much. Would that be able to be done? It doesn't have to be story pole, just a marker.
Thank you. Let's make a note of that.
Thank you.
So are we able to discuss this project anymore?
We are done for now, and let's move on to number 7.
Because we did present an FAR study.
Well,
so
we don't have it. So
we don't have it.
So you can present it at the next hearing.
Or present it at the story polls when we meet out there, hopefully.
Yeah, this is Jesse Richards. It sounds like, unfortunately, a number of the exhibits we included with our planning submittal were not, or sorry, with our MBAR submittal did not get forwarded on. So we are missing, like Paul mentioned, the comparative elevation study to show how we've already reduced mass, bulk, and scale, as well as the FAR study showing the size of other structures in the neighborhood.
So this is Sharon and I'm the MBAR secretary. So we don't carry on, we would have hundreds of plans. So if you're referring to the original submittal done over probably a year and a half to 2 years ago.
No, Sharon, I'm sorry. These were included in our most recent submission. So they would have gone with this set of plans.
I put in the box file what I received from the planner.
Okay, so we just need to be more clear with our planner when we send her our plans and exhibits that all of it is intended for presentation.
Yes.
That would be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. So move on to number 7, 974 Charm Way. Is the applicant online?
Yeah, it's Paul Robeson and Appleton Partners.
This is Sam. I'm back.
Your name for the record, please.
Paul Robeson, Appleton Partners.
Thank you. So this also was heard on September 5th, 19, and there were several comments. Let me try to read it here. Study opportunities for recesses and articulation along the street frontage to provide some relief from the long roof line. Thanks, Bill, much better. Architectural style is appropriate. Addition will overwhelm adjacent residents and loom over it, look to drop it down or pull it back to provide greater separation along the west property line. Number 4, provide landscape plan. Number 5, depict construction, parking, and staging areas on plan. So Paul, you address those 5 comments.
Yep. All right. So the size and scope of the project are very similar to what we presented the last time, but we did further develop the design. We've got a existing single family residence that we're doing in addition to expand it to the west, and it's going to take the detached garage and attach above it with a stairwell connecting it. So if you go to the next page.
Do floor plan?
Yeah, go into the floor plan.
Yeah, I'm there.
Oh, all right. Looks like I'm still looking at the site plan. Is that a frozen screen? Oh, there we go. Okay.
All right.
So this is showing the existing first floor and roof. The next page will show the proposed, the garage connecting to the first floor and the roof plan that goes over it. And one thing that we did is we, in response to the comments received, we worked on developing the detailing for the roof quite a bit as a way to create that interest in design on the north facing elevation. So we have actually broken up the roof line over the main part of the house. We've developed the roof that it turns over the garage element. And we've also dropped down the ridge on the far west end. And we've created further interest in the detailing for transitioning from a brick veneer at the lower level to the wood siding above it. Yeah. So it's just further refinement of the design that we presented last time.
Paul, did you want to talk about the FAR?
On this one, we are well below the FAR. Let's see, we're at
95.
So yeah, we're at 95% of the FAR for this one. Yeah. And then we did also develop the landscape design that was requested. Should be the last page in that set. And this is basically a combination of existing planting and new planting around the changes in the architecture. So we established our planting palette.
One thing that the client is considering, this is Ken with Appleton Partners, is they're no longer using the contractor from the previous project that they did. I believe they finished that project quite a few years ago, actually. But they have a new contractor in mind. They, as the rest of the neighborhood, would prefer that whatever conditions you put on that contractor, they would be able to stick to, because they were unhappy with that contractor's performance also.
Okay, thank you. Are you done, Paul?
I am.
All right. Back to the board for questions. Start with Dave.
No questions, thanks.
Thank you. Don?
Yes, how large is the basement?
The basement, if we go to the cover sheet, and if you zoom in on the FAR in the lower left-hand corner there. So the basement consists of the garage and then there's an additional 310 feet for storage and mechanical.
Thank you.
Yep.
So the garage now is part of the basement as far as the calculations are concerned?
The garage is a separate number. The garage does not count as part of the basement square footage. It's an attached garage.
Okay.
Claire, you have any other questions?
I do have one other question. I think when you read the minutes, one of the things that we actually requested on this one was a depiction of where the construction traffic was going to go. Where it says depict construction traffic and staging areas on plans. Where are those?
On the site plan?
On the site plan. Let's go back to the site plan.
Page 3.
Yep.
Page
So they're
4.
going to actually utilize the space in front of the garage for staging.
And what about the construction traffic or whatever that thing said, construction? Where are you going to put your workers?
Right. They will, utilize the.
When you come back, would you please comply with that request and show us how that's going to work? Okay.
Claire, we need a contractor selected here, and these sites are not like an estate site where you're going to park all the contractors on the site. These are, you're going to park on the street or whatever county requirements there are. But in terms of a requirement, this is what's required.
You know that multiple times this board has can designate where construction traffic is going to be in very tight neighborhoods like that. You've done projects up on Bosque where we've required that. So it really depends. And
well, we had a contractor at that point in time
to show where your construction people are going to be.
We were in preliminary and we had a contractor selected by that time. Here we're in conceptual.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're in board comments at this point.
Yeah, thank you. Claire, are you done with your questions?
Yes, I think we're still in questions, by the way, John.
Right, so Claire, are you done with your question?
Yes, that was my question.
Thank you. John?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on PDF page 4, have you looked at a way to take the bedroom that is in the farthest west side of the property and either slide it back over the patio or somehow bring it into the rear yard so we don't have that very long elevation that is pushing up against that hedge to the west?
Well, and we actually did break that elevation and slide it back from the front in comparison to what the previous design was.
Yes, and
so, I mean, that's, this is our proposal at this point is that we broke it up, we stacked the bathroom and that sitting room over the garage, and then the closet and bedroom have already pulled back off that elevation. So they're basically in line with the stairwell that's further to the east.
do you believe, as a separate question but related, do you believe it's possible to take that westernmost bedroom and push it back away from the street so that there's even more free air
Yes.
on the west side?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That's the end of my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, John. Sam?
Yeah, so just a point of clarification. It looks like on plan, there's an existing pool. That's correct?
That's correct.
Where is the equipment located for that pool? Is it being maneuvered around based on the bigger development, the bigger footprint, or is it in a location that it's already there and staying?
It's already screened among the planting, and it's kind of it's between the two properties, but let's see.
Shown on here.
Yeah, it's pretty much screened over on the east side in the planting.
It's already there and it's existing and it's
staying where it is. We aren't.
It's healed in. Okay, I just wondered if things on the site plan were being resituated based on the new increased development.
Right.
That's all the questions I
It's
have.
staying where it is currently. Yep.
Thank you, Sam. Paul, I have a question for you because I couldn't read the FAR. So when you replace this with a bigger garage of 667 square foot, did you add the additional square footage to the size of the house?
Compared to the previous submittal?
No, I believe that if the garage is bigger than so many square feet, you had to transfer the square footage of the house.
Oh, it's if the garage is over 800 square feet. So we're well below that.
Or 800 square feet for a two-car garage?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Yeah, it calculates it for you, I think, anyway.
It does.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. No, it's just a question I have.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to open public comments for item number 7, 974 Chong Way. Sharon? Besides the same letter with 3 addresses, what else do we have?
Same letters, yeah.
Yeah, that was it.
Same letters.
And do we have anyone else in the audience?
I think Dina wants to speak again.
Who wants to speak again? Oh, Tina? Okay, please.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks for letting me. I just wanted to mention that Claire was correct in following up with the parking in the last meeting. It was a requirement of the Rogers team to provide a plan specifically about off-site parking. And like you saw today, it even appeared in the action items following up. So that it definitely is something that needs to be submitted, just like the survey wasn't submitted about talking to the neighborhood. It just really helped us as neighbors to feel like, they're listening to us and they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. And I understand that the construction, or you haven't got a contractor yet, but regardless, whoever the contractor is being used, you still need to have a parking plan. You still have to have all the issues about the impact on the neighborhood, addressed regardless of who the contractor is.
Thank you. All right, with that, I'm to close public comment and back to the board, and this item is here for further conceptual. So either we move it on to preliminary approval, or we will need more changes. So let's start with Don.
Thank you. It concerns me that the rear elevation has little or no breaks in it. And I know you can't see that from the street, but still, it's just one big solid wall all the way across. And I think that needs to be broken up. I think the building is like a train. It's just too long. And I know that there are some broken elements on the street side, but anything landscaping or popping out that big window or anything that can be done to help alleviate that linearity would be appreciated. I think also identifying the front door with a little more announcement than just no overhang extended, just, it needs to have a little punch to it that way also. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Claire?
My ongoing concern is that the garage bedroom element is right on the setback line, as far as I can tell from what I see in the drawings. And in this neighborhood, I do believe, am I correct about that, Rob, that is right? Yeah, there's the setback. So it's, yes, just a little bit outside of, no, it's right on the setback.
The garage, yeah, the garage.
And in this neighborhood, I do believe that the setbacks are only 5 feet. So it means that the neighbor, this 2-story element that we now have is accurately, because I went and looked today, is really looming over the neighbor's house. And so I really like Mr. Watson's idea of maybe shifting or redesigning this garage and with bedroom so that it's further away from the setback and further away from the front of the house.
Thank you, Cliff.
Because this 2-story element is going to be right up against the neighbors. We can see the neighbor right here. So right now we're going to have two-story buildings at 10 feet apart.
All right, so John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To follow up on both what Don and Claire have said, I believe that the reality of this building is, for all intents and purposes, it's side yard setback to side yard setback. Now, on one end, it's an open porch, but as every member of the board knows, people will come back in and say, oh, it's already got a roof on it. Let's just close it in. And we're under the FAR, so which they would be, I think they're at 0.95 as they exist now. So from the street, we're going to see, not exactly, but pretty close side yard setback to side yard setback. I think that's unfortunate. And I would like to ask the applicant to study a way to get more visual character in the front by possibly moving this addition back into their property, giving more room from the street. And even if it stays at the setback level, because of parallax, it's going to look like it's not as close to the setback. And that would also maybe, depends exactly how the garage works there, they might be able to get some additional landscaping in that northwest corner of the property. So I like the architectural style. I think they've done a good job for what it is, but I don't know that they have fully integrated this into the neighborhood yet. So those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Sam?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I remember seeing this long ago,
Yeah.
and I recall that the grade change to the garage and the neighbor element along that property line was well screened at that time. I would want to make sure that the landscape plan includes the proof of that that screen is in good shape and nice and dense. But it seemed very logical at that time early on that that two-story could fit there. So I really don't have as much of a problem with this design as what I'm hearing. I do like Don's comment. I do think it is a very linear ranch style. I think it could use something more to articulate the entry, maybe make it a gable form or some kind of announcement that breaks up that long horizontal line. But as far as the setback on that side, I feel like it looks like it's about 10 feet from the property line. And as I see there, it looks like a substantial hedge that does cover that other building and would allow for that development to happen in that area without crowding more than what's already existing there, a nice landscape screen. So I don't have as much of a problem with this other than the front elevation being broken up in a nicer architectural way than just the long, low horizontal gutter line. It had something that kind of made it a little more special. As you look in from the street, if you can see it, even crossing, it looks like it's walled in with hedges and gates, but it'd be nice to determine a little bit where a guest arriving would go with some architecture in the middle of that. That's my comments.
Thank you, Sam. Bill?
Yeah, I agree with Sam and some of the other board members. I think that and Don too. I look at the elevation. Although the materials and the style I think will be fine, it is just kind of a long haul across there, and it'd be nice. Is it a gable that covers over the entry porch just to kind of break up that elevation and change the roof line a little bit, something to just kind of help that. And as Don mentioned back here, this unfortunately looks like it's just plain and not a lot of activity going on. Maybe there's a trellis that's going to happen or something. I don't know. You may not be able to do that with the setbacks, but again, maybe some roof changes along here might be okay. I think I'm okay. If this step back, it'd probably be better for the neighbor. There is a hedge and it is about 10 feet based on the survey. So it's about 15 feet from house to house. But when you get all the new houses kind of lined up there, it's going to look like a lot of building and not a lot of planting. So, landscaping, screening, planting, greenery around all of this is going to help. And again, just trying to break up that elevation. So I agree that north elevation definitely could use some breakup, and the south, if you could work it in, that'd be great. So that's my comments.
Thank you, Bill. And I agree with most of all the comments, and especially from John about trying to shift that bedroom in. I think if you can do that, that'll be a great plus to the project, and it will open up the side setback probably another 5-6 feet. That will be a big help, and that will make the building a little less long. So other than that, I think we probably want to.
Dave,
this is Dave. I just want to chime in. You missed me.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed you.
Okay. Basically, my comments would be similar to Sam's and Bill's. I think in general, the project appears acceptable. My main concern would be the impacts of this project to the adjacent neighbor where you're doing the two-story addition, and would be helpful to really document the existing screening and anything in addition to that screening, both landscape wise, or if you can modify the design the way I think John suggested to further mitigate the impacts there. And then again, maybe work on some more articulation on the front, the entry. So again, my comments are aligned with several of the board members, but wanted to make sure you heard them too.
Thank you, Dave. So that's pretty much in line with my comments. And mainly for that side, side elevation in the bedroom. So with that, I believe that we probably want to have this item come back for the conceptual review.
No, no, I mean, come on, we need to move
Let
on
us
here.
finish, Ken, let us finish our thought. I think we probably want to go back for further conceptual. What other comments on that? Any other board members?
I think that's right. And then if they do successfully break up that, particularly the north elevation, and get it to work properly, in my particular opinion, that's when why we have preliminary and final available at consent. So we might be able to move, once this mass bulk and scale is worked out, I think we could move it into that venue. Maybe other members don't agree with me, but I think we can do it on this project.
Any other board members have any other opinion on this matter?
No, I would agree with John.
So we'll continue it until the next meeting. If you can address some of the comments we raised today, and hopefully we can move this item to preliminary and final on consent. Thank you. Move on to item number 8, 280 Dulles Place, I'm sorry. And the same applicant.
This is Paul Rubison, Appleton Partners.
Thank you. And let me read the comment from the previous meeting, which was also on September 5th, 2019. Study way to reduce the width of driveway to reduce prominence of driveway entrance. They put construction, parking, and staging areas on plans. Look to soften the interface with neighbor with additional landscaping. Look to reduce height of the hedge. Architectural style is appropriate. Project appears at the full demolition rebuild. Grade is not appropriate and is incompatible with neighborhood. Look to add additional landscaping in the front, but at a lower height than a tall hedge. Review project with a Montecito fire to confirm it meets their requirements. So you can once again go through those nine comments. 8, one of them is we like.
All right. So on this project, we're actually reducing the existing footprint. So we're reducing the FAR of this particular project by removing a portion on the back of, let's see, we're reducing 436 square feet off the back of the house. And if you move on to the next page, we have the survey, and actually the following page has an existing and proposed side by side. We did meet with Montecito Fire and received their approval of the schematic layout for this site. We have reduced the opening into the driveway. Off the east side, we pulled it in tighter. The clients would like to maintain a gate there for security of the property, but they're open to having that be low enough so that it's still open to the property. It's just like a safety feature that they'd like to maintain. We have also, and when we get to it, addressed the landscaping to bring down the volume, to visually open this, but also provide some of the neighbor screening that we were discussing earlier. In this layout, let's see, we've got, the basement consists of the existing garage. We are reconfiguring the basement with a bedroom down there, and we have a walkout patio to the east. We are reworking the current approach to the entry by creating a walkway that goes up to a porch on the west side that actually comes in between the upstairs and basement levels, and then you either go up or down from that point. For the most part, that first floor level has remained as it was previously, with just some refinement of the design. The next page will show a comparison. Actually, yeah, from there we've got the floor plans comparing the existing to the proposed on each level. So you can see that portion that we've removed off the back there, and then we've reconfigured the way that the project attaches to the backyard. And there's a trellis element that we added to the northwest corner. All right, next page for the exterior elevations. So this is again comparison from top to bottom of existing to the proposed. You can see that we've got the garage open to the south. We've got the entrance on the west side, which is, it has a wrapping window element to it. And then on the east side, we have the patio space with, we're actually reworking the existing chimney and fireplace. So there's going to be new finishes pretty much around the entire project. So let's see, just to make sure that we've addressed, there is again staging area proposed in the front, and we've created actually some space for some vehicles, construction vehicles that can be utilized during construction there in what would be the turnout in the future. The fire department said that they'll be parking out on the street. So they checked their hose lines around both directions, and they said that it was acceptable for getting completely around this house. And let's see. I mean, this basically shows the planting palette, the locations of certain plants, and the reduced opening at the driveway. Bless you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add that this house was a single-story house that was moved onto this property by a general contractor. It was raised up and there was a garage put underneath it. So it's kind of a single-story house that was, lifted and became the second story, ended up above. So, and then a master wing was kind of built out into the backyard, which we've demolished. So we've kind of, from our minds, we've kind of cleaned up a lot of the circulation and a lot of the elements to the existing, the original historic house that was moved onto this site. We're hoping we can get some conceptual approval on this one. I mean, yeah, conceptual approval is what we'd hope to get on this one.
We don't do conceptual approval.
You probably want to ask for preliminary approval.
We want to move on to preliminary the next time we meet, unlike the last one.
Okay, so are you done with your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So let's back to the board for questions. Don?
I have no questions.
Thank you. Claire?
I remember from the last meeting that we had on this, there was some agreement, I just want to confirm this, between the neighbor of this project to the east. And it looks on your landscape plan, there's no landscaping along that eastern edge. Is that because you reached some agreement with that neighbor?
Well, what we've done is we've reviewed what the elevation changes are between the two properties, and it's actually, his property slopes down quite a bit along that edge. And there's let's see, he's got bamboo planted along the north end, and then
This is the wrong project, Bill.
Oh,
yeah, it's I think he's putting in the new address.
I was just typing in the new one.
Oh, got it. So,
we
so,
did
so
actually
that, so
walk
this,
through. Yes,
that-
there you go. Perfect.
that hedge or whatever we see in the Google Earth is
yeah,
on
there's-
his property and
That's
you're gonna
correct.
use.
And there's
okay.
actually a trellis that's along that property line that's the neighbors. So the proximity is kind of your perception of the proximity is a little bit different because that southwest corner is all trellis and it's open to the yard.
Got it. No, I'm just from looking at your landscape plan, I was trying to determine if you had any screening planting, and you don't on your plan, but you're going to borrow it from the neighbor.
We are, and we've actually walked that corner of the property at 609 to review the screening. Yeah.
That's all. That's the only question oh.
Thank you, Claire.
I do have one other question.
Okay.
You talked about a gate, but you are you're not proposing a gate at this time.
We are proposing a gate.
Then when you come back, would you please get it on the plans?
It is on the plan.
Where?
Right here.
That's the sliding gate.
It's a sliding gate so that it can go into the planting. Yep.
Okay, John?
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Dave?
Yes, two questions. Are you matching or exceeding the existing building height? And how does the height of your proposed project relate to the zoning standards?
So what we're doing is, let's see. If you look at, there's the comparison of the elevations. It should be on page 6 of the PDF set. So we are actually, 18 feet above the existing grade there. Yep, exactly. So we're below the requirements. We are proposing some reconfiguration of the roof, but for the most part, we are matching the existing roof and working with it in certain core areas of the house.
Okay, but when it steps down, that 18-foot is on a more of a single-story section. When it steps down, your
what's the front elevation?
Proposed design conforms to the building heights. You're not exceeding the building heights.
We're not exceeding the building heights, correct.
Okay. It'd be helpful to show that on the next set of plans, just so we can see that.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, Dave. Bill?
No questions.
Sam?
Yeah, just two questions, kind of site related. On the entrance side, your little pop-out glass area, I did notice in the photograph as we were kind of looking kind of from the front that there's a big oak tree that kind of is between the two properties, maybe partially on yours, maybe partially on the other.
Yes.
Has that tree been accounted for with your foundation plan for that bay or that pop-out? That's kind of a critical proximity in that tree.
We totally agree. We actually did meet with Duke McPherson on that tree. And what we talked about is that we could place basically a set of caissons and float the foundation across there.
Okay.
And
So-
what they'll do is they'll situate the caissons between the roots.
You accounted for that. That answers my question. And on the other side, I noticed your extensive wall on the east side looks to me like it's a fairly good sized drop, 5 feet plus maybe. And there may be a hedge there, as I saw previously in the discussions that we're having, but is there a safety concern from the neighbor who is right on top of the property line? They may have hardscape there, they may have patio there. Is there a concern where you need to put a fence, a small fence, something that obviously would prevent some kind of fall?
Well,
problem? There's an
the
existing
fence is
fence.
remaining. Yeah.
So I didn't see the existing
That's right.
fence, and that wasn't depicted or easy to see on the plan. That
Okay.
helps me understand it's gonna be okay. And you're gonna plant above that wall to some degree, aren't you?
There would probably be some like vines.
There'll be something that kind of soften the height of that wall and fence combination.
Yeah.
All right, that's my questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Paul, I do have a question. How high is the gate in front?
Well, I think that we would probably want it to be around, 4.5 feet. And based on the previous conversation, we wanted to make sure that that was acceptable. Normally you can go up to 6 feet, but we're open to a shorter gate just for the openness that was requested to the neighborhood.
So you are proposing 4 feet 6 inches?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask
Okay.
a question? This is Ken with Appleton Partners.
This is, okay, so we are on to open public for item number 8, 280 Knowledge Place. Sharon, do we have anyone?
No. I don't think Dina wants, Dina, are you still available?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, did you want to speak or no?
The only thing I would add is just please be very mindful that Dawlish Place is a dead-end street and it's narrow. And so big vehicles, emergency vehicles, it's very difficult when there's lots of people parked on the street. I've been in, during the construction that happened on our street, it took 2.5 years. There were many, many days where it was so tight and I would just look down the road and I would think, gosh, I hope nobody needs to call 911 that lives down at the end there because it would be tricky if something happened. So I just really request that please monitor the street parking situation closely in light of it's a dead end road. And when there's a lot of parking on there, it's very, very difficult for the neighbors and big construction jobs and trucks and emergency vehicles to access the neighborhood if needed.
Thank you, Dina.
Thank you.
Bill, can you put up the site plan again?
Yeah.
Sharon, so that's all we have?
That's it. Thank you.
Landscape.
I'm to close public comment and back to the board for the conceptual review of item number 8. So let's start with
Say something, Tip.
Who?
Claire.
Oh, so what are you guys proposing to plant in front of the fence on Dawlish Street? Right there. Are you proposing to plant that out?
Yeah, it's star jasmine.
Is it still, does it exist or is it new?
We're going to be establishing some new star jasmine. There are a couple of existing trees along there.
Yeah, well, I see the existing oak and the existing pepper. And I'm just this isn't like a demand, but I really would have you kind of re-examine that area. That actually is in the road right away, because I know that these roads are wider than what we see. And then it may be because we've got so many issues with parking, it might be, oh, it's got a wall there.
Right.
But the plans don't show a wall there. The wall is further back, right?
No, you're reading. I don't know. The rock wall is shown there with the jasmine kind of growing over it.
Yeah, but that wall, isn't that wall in the right of way? Not the road base, but the right of way.
You're saying the existing wall?
Yeah. Yeah. Could you check that out, by the way? Just, yeah, because
Claire, we're making this driveway much narrower. So that wall that's there is on the plan, but it's far back. We're making this entry much narrower than what it is now.
right, Ken, what I'm trying to get to is to address the neighbors' concerns about parking. And many of our roads, the planting has encroached into the right of way. And in some of the, throughout the community's been trying to get the right of ways cleared away so that there is a possibility of somebody to park out there. So that, and you don't have to do it. It doesn't matter. It's just, I just started looking at it when I saw the
Yeah,
photographs. I started
But you
noticing.
can see the property next door, their property next door has that all cleared out to the west. Just go back to your Google.
Yeah.
Just go back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if you go
So
back
that's
to the
what I'm saying is
aerial,
that you
yeah, right there.
right here.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying is that you guys may consider, it's not a request or a demand, that you might take that and kind of repeat it over here on your side so that there would be some off-street parking or the ability for
Well, I
emergency
mean, if you look across the street, you go back to that picture you're just looking at, there's lawn across the street and there's boulders kind of.
I know, but I'm not comparing any of this. I'm just
see these
the
boulders here?
recommendation that if that was cleared away, it might help the concerns of the neighbors. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
I understand, but if you go, I mean, what I want to get back to here is, is there a requirement that our client go and talk to every neighbor and look at this thing? Because what your list here is very,
I'm making a recommendation that might actually, kind of work for the
well,
neighborhood.
I mean, go look at that aerial. Look from above.
Community member here that actually is overseeing neighborhood compatibility and stuff. And so, that's why I'm making this recommendation, because I could see, and given what the neighbor just was talking about, that there would be the possibility of having that area open so that the road wasn't so constrained.
Well, I mean, it looks like those 3 cars in the street there are parked along that area that is there. And then it looks like most of those construction trucks are on the site.
If you try driving down that road, it's a single lane road, and I don't know why I have to fight about this. I'm just making a suggestion that might.
Claire, can you, you have any other comments about the project?
I was just going to point out there's a couple of there's a gas meter and a water meter that are actually just behind that existing rock wall.
Paul?
Yep.
Okay, let us make some comments here. Claire, you have any other comments about the project?
No, that's it.
Okay, let's move on to John.
Mr. Chairman, I think this project should move forward to preliminary and final at the next meeting. That's all.
Thank you. Bill?
I agree with John. Yeah.
All right. And Don?
I missed the site plan that shows the gate location on the driveway. I just want to make sure that there is enough room for a 20-foot setback from the edge of pavement to make sure that a car doesn't stick out blocking the oncoming traffic, waiting for the gate to open.
So you want the gate to be set back 20 feet from edge of street?
I don't know how else you don't block a 1-lane road when you're waiting for your gate to open. And I think that's a requirement. I'm not positive.
Isn't the fire department 14 feet?
I don't know. I'm
okay.
25 actually.
Yeah, it's more like 28.
That could be a comment.
Well, and that was reviewed with the fire department, and their comment was that, they wouldn't pull into this property, that they would stay outside the gate and pull their hose around. So that was part of their study.
I'm more concerned about the practical day-to-day aspect of it. Thank you.
You and Dave.
Yeah, I actually really like the architecture of this project. It's a very nice improvement over what's there, and I think it's not impacting the neighbors, so I can really support the design. I would just ask that when you come back to really show us what you're doing landscape-wise to screen the project, and the gate and all these elements that we're talking about, really have them clearly presented so we can understand that. But overall, I can support the project. I think it's very nice.
Thank you. Sam?
Thank you, Tip. Yeah, I agree. I like this project, the reduction of square footage. I think it's sensitive to the neighbors. I think the new entrance is quite nice as long as it's respecting the oak tree, which they are doing a good job doing, it sounds like. I'm interested in knowing how planning and zoning requirements take Don's comments about that gate being right on the property line. And it really would kind of restrict some of the traffic on that street. But all in all, this is a good project. I like it. That gate may or may not be legal conforming. I'll be interested to find out what that spin out is from the planning department. But this is an approval project, and it's nice that we can move it along. Preliminary and final. That's great.
Thank you. So I do agree with all the comments, and I think definitely we can move, put this on the agenda for next meeting for preliminary and final. We have all the drawings, and a piece of question for Alex for planning, and that's in line with what Don was raised about the gate. Because normally when you have a gate, you have probably have a control, and I'm not sure how do you control the control when you pull up to the gate, seeing the gate is literally on the road. So that's pretty much for the people who uses the house.
Visitors, though.
And not only that, so just look into that aspect and see how would that work. Even a block in the traffic, and so that's the only comment I have. And so please come back when you have all the drawings ready for preliminary / final to the full board. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everyone.
All
Thank
right.
you, Tip.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Tip.
Tip.
Sharon.
See you.
Alex.
Here's your wicks.
Yeah, thanks.